Oh, oops. They caught us. Messing around. Messing around. They caught us. Hello, everybody. I'm Leathur Rokk. Welcome to my live stream. It is a Sunday evening. It is the 24th of March, and Garfield wants me to put him down. Probably wants to go out. Please don't poop on my floor. Please don't pee on my floor. Thank you very much. Yes, you've been a good boy. I had saw him in the alleyway, and I had my hands had a bag full of stuff in them, but I said I'm gonna put my bag in the house. Gonna go back outside with a thing of the Temptations cat treats. Let me tell you, you ever want to get your pussy cat inside? Take some of these. I guarantee you, the kitty will cooperate and I carried you home, right? And we did what, 3 videos today? I'm very proud of you. And I decided, you know what? I'm going to DVR the TV that I want to watch, Sunday night. TLC has a 90-day fiance stuff. And the thing is, there's something now that unfortunately is on, and they're not going to rebroadcast it, but I could probably get it on demand. And I DVR for the next couple of hours. So I said that way I could go live and I could, I can always watch TV later. I don't always, it's not always convenient for me to talk to my friends on the YouTube and any other video platforms this may eventually be at. Okay, before I set you down, I want to put your pretty face in the camera while you're letting people know you're getting pissed off. Show everybody this is Garfield. This is a cat that's, he's probably about ready to lay me open. I got one gouge on my chest caused by him. So, these kitties are no joke, but and I know I probably exploit them a little bit for my channel, but it's out of love. You gotta understand that. And did I love the kitties? Who's doing the squirmy one? Why don't you drink some water? Oh, I hope that's not where the wound is. He's got Oh, no, good. It's on the other side of his face. He's got some scabs. When I first noticed him, I thought he had a bunch of scabs on the side of his fur. And as he let me touch him more, I found out that it was just some spots where his fur was matted. And I was able to successfully take them out very carefully, a little bit at a time, with a pair of scissors. And the more he got comfortable with me, he realized that nobody was trying to hurt him. And I actually did this outside. I didn't do it inside. It was before I never knew that I'd be able to pick him up and carry him and bring him around and stuff. And of course, a lot of it had to do with, I'm sure, assuring some of the neighbors that I was a good person and I certainly wasn't going to hurt him or anything, because he's loved by a lot of people. I'll show you some place where he got me. Somewhere around here. See this? That's a that's a puncture wound. But you know what? Come on. I'd like to think my body's immune to cat scratches. Even though some people you got to be real careful. My mother has an allergy to cat germs, and so is my father. She even thinks that contributed to my father's death because he got a real bad infection from our diabetic cat. Scratched him because what it was is Hobbs the cat had gotten out and ran into these bushes on the side of the apartment. We live a couple miles away. And my father went outside and he pulled the cat by the tail, the kitty retrieval device. And not only can you really, really do damage to a cat, but it hurts a cat a lot. And so a cat is going to bite and scratch whatever the cat did. And I think something about diabetic cats, when they bite and they scratch you, maybe it's even more germy. And if you have a compromised immune system, like if you're a senior citizen that's already, my father was supposed to start getting chemotherapy because they'd already found lung cancer and, of course, then the pancreatic cancer, and which all stemmed from the skin cancer from his sun exposure. So, but when the cat infection got him, they had to delay the start of chemotherapy until the infection was cleared, and because it took so long for the infection to be cleared, um, he wasn't able to get the treatment for the cancer and stuff. So anyway, you could say that that was a fateful experience, him getting the cat bite. So try not to, if there's any takeaway from this, it is try not to put yourself in a position where you're going to get scratches and bites from cats you don't know. It could be a cat you know, just because, let's face it, they don't wear shoes and look where they have to dig in litter boxes or whatever. And imagine the germs on the soles of your shoes. That's not something that you would want to get in open cuts or something. And uh, introducing germs like that into open wounds and the puncture wounds that you would get from something like that, just don't want to chance it. And there I am. I have considered a badge of honor all kinds of scratch marks from cats that you pet and they get all excited. And they do that thing where they curl up in a ball and they go, "No, no, 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 no," and it's kind of, you shouldn't encourage that when you're kittens, because if you play too rough with them, they get real rough. You should use toys and not your bare hands. I've had some drunken friends who come by and pet my cats and play too rough with them because they were drunk and stuff. And that's just, you don't want to encourage that behavior in your cats. Because, cat claws, especially if you don't trim them regularly, and it's not just trimming them, I think they should be filed rounded a little bit so they're not snaggly. That's why you want to have scratching posts and different things like this here. There's the cat beds in front of it, and this is here from Cassie, the garden cat, is in here. I really would like to put some of this into a much smaller thing and have a nice thing and wear it around my neck, but I don't want to have all of the hair in that, because if I ever get jacked up by cops, and I've had cops, I wear mojo bags and stuff, as a lot of magical people do, and the cops will sometimes feel around your stuff to make sure you're not actually just hiding drugs in there. So I can understand it from the cops' point of view. I imagine there's people that are fake witches that actually might hide heroin in their mojo bags and stuff. And meanwhile, the cop might have, out of respect of not wanting to disrespect your religion, he might, what if it was filled with something really, really terrible? So they're going to want to check to make sure that things are on the up and up. One thing, if you ever have frankincense, frankincense, if they ever think it's rock or something, just have them put something on a real hot engine. When you've been running your car for hours and your hood's hot because the engine's hot, put frankincense on there, and when you smell the perfume and everything, say, "Oh, that's not drugs. That is incense." So, but Garfield, I say hello, and oh, I want to show you a very beautiful flower. There are these flowers. They are some kind of carnation, I guess, and the very edges have a red, like a garnet color, but just the very edges, and I think they're just so beautiful. They smell kind of between spicy and not having a scent at all, like carnations often do. But I thought they were really, really beautiful. And I rarely pick flowers in displays because I don't want to deface them. But I wanted to watch it open up, and I figured if I would bring it here where it would be treated with respect, at least by me, I can't say about mice and cats. And since I have this nice vase that I found outside a couple of months ago, and it was, this is actually was a booze bottle I found a couple of years ago. I thought this would make a perfect little bud vase. It's just so cute. And somewhere I have some kind of a little stopper for it. See, this would be great if you made your own herbal oil blends and stuff, little bottles, and they're just kind of fun to have when they have nice shapes and stuff. Right? Mm. Do you like being indoors, Garfield? How do you feel about being indoors? Oh, you should hear his purr. Oh, nice purr. Nice purr. He's such a good boy. Oh, an interesting, creepy thing happened when I was getting ready to bring Garfield here. The alleyway where I fetched him from, you can drive into it from one of the main streets. And the main street that you can drive from is also a street that unfortunately the prostitutes walk up and down. And I was wearing my black leather trench coat, but I didn't have it tied shut, and it was gaping open. And I had a different mini skirt, but I did have a skirt on and nice top and everything. And so there was a guy that looked at me, and he drove on that street, and then he turned into the same alleyway, the street that I was headed to get uh, my friend Garfield here. And I had to, usually when somebody's following me and I know that's what they're about, I do an about face and I go in the other direction where they obviously can't back up because they're in traffic. And by the time, if they try to do a U-turn and stuff, I have had a chance to quicken my pace and go duck behind parked cars or whatever. I'm pretty good at hiding from people that are driving around following me, which I've had happen. And it's really creepy. I had it happen actually a lot of cities besides just this city, but it's it's creepy. And at the same token, I was pissed off because I wanted to grab Temptations treats and grab him and bring him here to do some videos. And this creepy guy, and I could tell that he turned around and he was going to circle back looking for me. There are some real creepy dirtball bastards, you know. And especially when, if you're looking for a person that's willing to do A, B, and C, usually they have, I would think, a sixth sense about making money, and they go toward the person who's seeking them. If you are making assumptions about somebody, and you are seeking that person, and that person seems to be evading you, not making it easy for you to hook up with them, that should tell you something. You don't run from people that you're seeking to hook up with, talk to, communicate with. That's just makes no sense. It's like, even if it wasn't a transactional thing, even if it was you're in a nightclub and you spot an attractive stranger across the room and they happen to like you too. If I see somebody that's hot, I want to go close to them. I don't run away from them. And if I think that they like me too, I'm certainly not going to try to evade them. So if somebody's trying to evade you, that should be a clue. First of all, whatever you're thinking, you're probably wrong. Second of all, they want nothing to do with you, so leave them alone. I don't do that kind of thing. And that sometimes happens when I'm carrying a computer and I can't run or walk too fast because what if I lose my footing and I drop what I'm holding? That's another thing. Or what if I was carrying him? You can't drop a cat when you're walking along on a sidewalk where there's traffic. What if he was to run into in front of cars or something? I see somebody's trying to talk to me and I am alive. And you know what? I'm live. I'm not going to interrupt this when I'm live, but my mother seems to think that Garfield wants to go to outside, go to the bathroom. But does he look like he is antsy to go? Look, he's calm, and there's water down there. I found a whole bunch of tuna, or not tuna. It's, I think, salmon, canned salmon that is in the refrigerator. It is a day or two old. And no, I didn't rinse any sodium off of it, but he chowed down on it, put his face on it. He left about half of it because there was a lot of it. But I have no idea what he might have eaten today. I saw some cans of cat food that were open. See, I would think if you're going to use the same can that the cat food came in, instead of dumping it into a bowl, wouldn't you at least stir it around, or if it's a solid kind, chop it up so that it looks like there's chunks, not leave it just in a solid pate kind of thing with a layer of gravy on top of it? Mix that stuff up. Because I couldn't tell whether this was something maybe pate that got rained on and had a layer of water on it, or if, God forbid, somebody had decided to put a poisonous liquid on top of the food bowl to kill cats. The neighborhood does. There are some streets where poisonings were going on and may still be going on. I remember there's a street here that I used to feed cats, and I was getting to the point where I wanted to figure out where I could hide some traps so I could do TNR, because you want to sterilize them. You got to catch them and sterilize them and stuff. But I'm thinking, where can I put traps where nobody with bad intent would find them? That's the thing. Especially when you don't have relationships with specific people that live there. They'll say, I will protect them. I will look after them. I will have like 24/7 video surveillance would be the most ideal with a live internet feed. So live broadcast. If people know that there's a camera on it 24/7 and there's an internet connection and there's a light, I don't think they're going to be so likely to do things. Or an alternative would be if you knew that you were not going to be sleeping. Like I would be great for watching a situation like that because look at how I don't seem to sleep. I'd be up in the wee hours, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock through daybreak. So nothing would happen when I was awake, right? Even though the lack of sleep I'm getting is starting to impact my health, and I really need to explore that because this sleep is not that may be having something to do with or contributing factor to these leg cramps that I've been getting. It happened twice last night. That's not acceptable. That is not acceptable. And sometimes I'll get a cramp in my feet. Sometimes I'll get a cramp in my sides. I'll be maybe twisted just a little bit sitting down, and I'll find that the remedy for that is to twist in the opposite direction. So I don't know why this is happening to me. Why would you get a cramp right here? But what I'm going to try, I guess, is an experiment I can do since I should be doing it anyway. I'm going to get back to the fitness as hardcore as I was when I was hardcore. Uh, I found for my workout yesterday, because I started working out again yesterday, what I did was I found one of those prosperity consciousness YouTube channels that has dance music in the background, but they show things like the yachts, the fancy mansions, sports cars, the beautiful people with beautiful, perfect bodies in the string bikinis with the thongs, thank you, ass cheeks out, perfect bodies, perfectly toned, all different races of people, men and women, all adult ages, all living the prosperous life. We're talking, and including a few pictures of and videos of famous people. Drake, they showed his yacht. They showed video clips of Sophia Loren. They showed the Princess of Monaco. They showed just all kinds of glamorous things. Dumpstar! Garfield says hello. Man, I've been catching so many people do so much scandalous shit. I have some videos upcoming. I don't want to spoil it, but I have some exposés coming up of people throwing out food that are left for hungry and homeless people. In a couple of days, look out for that video. I caught a scumbag from Quita doing it. And yeah, I'm going to report that son of a bitch. So, how are you doing? I've been packing up. I've been packing up like crazy. I videotaped 3 videos today. Um, Partly because batch recording so that I can actually take a day or 2 or 3 off and not care what I look like and just relax and try to get a little bit of sleep and try to like find weed or do whatever. I was going to say something and I lost my train of thought. I did smoke a wee little bit of weed that somebody found for me, a roach this big, yesterday afternoon, and they said it would last me 2 days. Come on, it lasted me actually most of the day. And the thing is, it had rained previously, so I had to leave. When I took the paper off of it, I had to give it some hours to dry out because if it's too wet, you know how hard it is to wet the weed, right? And I bowl it up, you know how I do. But and somebody had a little tiny bit of, I guess it must have been dabs, the kind that you put in a dab rig. It's like a jelly. And he put some on the edge of a guitar pick and he scraped it onto the bowl. And I was able to, that wet the weed, right? And you hit it, you put I don't have a lighter anymore, so I have to use my stove. And you can take a paper plate and you cut strips of it and you stick it in the flame and you make matches that way. So that's what I do in the kitchen. I smoke my weed that way. So I put the weed with the dab stuff on it in the bowl, the glass pipe, and I smoked it over the stove. And you just put the fire on a little bit of it because the dab thing kind of coats the weed and you hit it just gently, because I think the dab rig, you don't do full combustion. I think it's like a vaporization thing. That's why it's a special uh, metal pin that gets heated. And anyway, it's a process that the equipment tends to be really expensive and fragile, and sometimes it requires those rechargeable batteries that are controversial because sometimes they catch fire and shit. Anyway, it's you lost me at $200 equipment. Yeah. And I don't like those things, make me kind of nervous. I knew people in Hollywood that used them to smoke speed out of. And I very seldom smoke speed. Well, actually, no. I remember using the tin foil and the lighter and the straw and burning it that way. And one time, or one of my friends, I celebrated my birthday, the last birthday I did before I got clean of chemicals, right? She I had a roommate, I'll set this up for you. I had two roommates in Hollywood. One of them had a parrot, and the parrot kept opening kept waking me up. The parrot would wake up 5:30 every morning. Okay. And can you imagine, you go to a club, the clubs close at 2 o'clock in the morning. You get yourself home, you take a shower, you go to sleep, you're finally asleep. Then all of a sudden this bird squawking, waking you up. And the bird's gonna do what it's gonna do, and they're very intelligent. That was kind of not fun, because imagine you get an hour of sleep and the bird wakes you up, right? And the people that the bird lived with, they were morning people. They didn't go out to the clubs and stuff. And the lady that owned the bird, she was, because of pain pills and stuff, she had an opiate dependency. She ended up getting back on the needle, which is how she ended up ODing and dying, unfortunately. But this was some years later. Um, but anyway, I got kind of, it wasn't a great situation when you couldn't sleep anymore and stuff. So I got a chance to get out. I did. I was Superman's living housemaid for a while, and the Superman was a Superman that worked in Man's Chinese Theater in the front. He was the superheroes that the people dressing these characters, and they pose for pictures with tourists. And I'm sure you have to get a license for that, and a mercantile license or whatever. But they look so much like the superheroes, and the tourists eat them up. And anyway, he lived in an apartment very close to Man's Chinese Theater, and so I stayed there with him for a while. And I'm like dusting statues and taking care of his. He had this comic book collection, as you can imagine, and just loved the Marvel. He was a Superman lookalike that loved Superman. Matter of fact, he met the woman that's his wife at a Superman convention in Mackinac Island, where's that movie? Oh, where are you going? What's that movie that Christopher Reeve starred in on Mackinac Island? A Place in Time or something? And I think they may have made Superman movies up there. I don't know. I'm not a Superman expert. But anyway, he looked, out of the costume, he looked just like Clark Kent. He really ate, bread, and breathed Superman, and hell of a nice guy. And he also had a whole bunch of old postage stamps. And he didn't identify as a stamp collector, but he traded me equal value as to whatever the denominations are. These old, uncanceled United States postage stamps, like the real pretty 2 and 3 cent ones, and even 1 cent postage stamps from like the 30s and 40s and 50s, or whenever. Anyway, I have, and I still have these stamps. A few of them I have used to give to my mother so that she can make up postage when she was out of stamps. And I told her I finally put my foot down at taking away my stamp collection just to pay bills. That just, I'm sorry. I know that bill paying is important, but don't fuck up my stamp collection, okay? All right. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Grouchy. Well, but what do I want to tell you? Um. Oh, Tiger. Hi, Garfield. Where are you going? Oh, he's under my he's under my closet. That's actually that's a nice clean place for him to be because the only germs there would be the kitty foot germs from my dead cats now, right? But I mean, it's not an area where cats got sick. It's not an area where it's about as clean as it gets. Plus, it's directly under my clothes. So he's been a really good cat here. He's never used my floor as a litter box. Even when he slept underneath my bed, he never. I was always nervous about him going there because I didn't know if he would uh, find some messy area where maybe the mice are tearing something apart and I haven't been able to reach it, so I don't know what's under there. Every now and then I go take a broom and I bring things out of there, but I don't really know what's up against the wall and I don't know exactly how far he goes. But he's been here for hours and hours and hours sometimes. One time he was here, I had done 9 videos during one from I guess the morning through the wee hours of the night or something. I've never slept here with him also here, but and my mother seems to think that he wants to go out and use a litter box. But you hear him making a sound or anything? He's curled up there. He hasn't passed gas or anything. I haven't caught him doing anything suspect. Like cats will do certain things to give you an idea that maybe they might want to go. But he hasn't shown me any evidence that he's trying to do anything like that. Oh, but these temptations, I got, they make a much smaller bag. One of my buddies sold me 5 of these for $5. I'll show you the size. These little bags, and I'll show you what it looks like compared to this. This is it says 180 grams, 6.3 ounces. And these bags are 28.3 grams, 1 ounce bags. So, and plus the guy that sold these things to me was somebody who's homeless and who the cops often jack up. So, you know, I don't mind helping somebody out. Now, tomorrow, I don't know if that mailman's going to try to redeliver the package. I don't know. My mother wants me to try again going uptown with her, but this time she wants to get on the bus because she can get 75-cent senior fare. I would refuse to pay the $1.50, which would be my fare, just to go less than 11 blocks. 11 blocks is nothing of a walk for me. And you know how I am about spending money unnecessarily. I think that's ridiculous. So I would just meet her up there. But that said, I don't want to be gone from here if we're expecting the mailman to show up. And since we don't carry cell phones, and since it's not like the mailman's going to give us a call and say, hey, between this hour and this hour, I'm going to be there, in which case it would be smart for us not to, uh, screw that up. So it doesn't really matter to me what exactly we do as long as, I mean, except for the part that I'm not going to be getting on any bus. I'll just walk it because we're not expecting any bad weather as far as I know. And if it drizzled rain, I wouldn't care. I'm not scared of rain. As long as there's no thunder and lightning, I'm fine. No. It was beautiful out today. Okay, it was a bit breezy. It was a bit chilly, but as far as it was sunny, every time I went out, a lot of times I was out. I didn't have my coat because I was just going to get things. I shot during one of the videos I shot. I actually walked around kind of aimlessly and kind of talked about a bunch of random stuff, partly because there was a lot of people around that I knew that I'm sure didn't want to be on camera. And I'm sure if they knew that I was walking and filming a video, they would have gotten the hell out of the way. And there was things that I didn't want to show. And I decided to just go this place and that place and just talk about whatever. And I ended up showing the video to my mother just so that she could take a look at it, see if there was anything that she found troublesome. And she said that I was rambling on and on. I said, in this video, what I'm saying really isn't that important. I was asking her if she thought because it was one of these travel log kind of videos where you're showing all the streets and all the scenery and stuff. And I just wanted her to, what her opinion was. And she didn't find it bothersome at all. So I thought, okay. Then, but because I have so many videos in the can, I film. There's a lot of. I don't think I go 2 days without filming, except for when my computer's on the fritz. And there are 2 days this week, 2 times this week that the computer had issued. So, and those are really the only times when you're not going to get something daily from me. Because I figure even if the computer's fine, but I'm just not in a good mood because I'm stressed out or I'm depressed or I'm really, really overwhelmed because I have so much on my plate between the packing up for the Los Angeles thing and the taking care of my mom and the cleaning the house and doing the different things, all of which should not be on my shoulders, and not getting sleep. And sometimes I'm afraid to sleep because what happens when I get these leg cramp things? And I took a multivitamin today. I had a whole grapefruit yesterday. The day before that, I had a banana. So I drink bottled water sometimes, or if bottled water, the water bottle empties, I go to the tap water. We have really good tasting tap water, even though I really don't like water. But if I'm thirsty, I force myself to drink it, in case dehydration is any part of it. I noticed though, if you just ate a plate full of food, you don't want to guzzle water on top of it, because what the water does is it just expands the foods in your stomach, and your gut grows like that. And if you're going to be filming right away, you can't do that. So there are sometimes when I probably do dehydrate myself, because if I'm filming back to back to back, I'm not eating, I'm not drinking. If your stomach's empty, then you can drink and you can guzzle, because your stomach won't really expand because it comes back in. But if you have food, the food will absorb the liquid. I just came back from a dinner that was at 4 o'clock. It is now 8:19 p.m. So guzzling water right now would be terrible. I would really, even though there's things I couldn't eat, like they had a cheese broccoli soup there, and I don't like cheese, so I didn't eat that. And then they had strawberry shortcake covered with whipped cream. And I love strawberries, but I don't like that shortcake stuff, and I hate whipped cream. And if you're going to have strawberries and they're beautiful and everything, why not just have some plain with the syrup? Because, yeah, sugar is nice. But anyway, I didn't bother to get any. You know what? I did get some iced tea there. They made some of that. It wasn't iced tea they made. It was that, that real sugary stuff that you get in the half-gallon plastic things. There are a lot of brands that make good iced tea, and I don't dislike any of them, honestly. But I'm gonna pour myself some using some of this beautiful glassware that I found a couple of years ago that matches all that other crystal stuff. It's nice having pretty glassware. I like stemware. Almost 20 years sober, and I'm sorry, there's something about holding something with a stem, something that has facets. And this is no baccarat or anything. It's just I don't know what it is, but it's nice. Mm. And you know what? That's so sugary. I bet I could cut that a little bit with some tap water. That I am trying to hydrate more within reason. You can't do that when you're outside in the field, though, especially if you don't know where the bathrooms are. And especially now, you guys, you don't have so many problems when you're outside. But a girl, especially if it's not summertime where you're wearing a skirt, if it's wintertime and you're wearing sweatpants or you're wearing jeans and you're outside and you can't find a bathroom and it's fast, it's complicated and it's tough, especially if you can't call into the boardwalk where there's nobody around. Or if say it's cold and you got a heavy. And I've been through this when I had my guitar out, and even in the wintertime, I was still trying to play guitar before the cops were jacking us over. When COVID was still, I think they gave us a break that one year. Imagine having a heavy leather coat ties around you but covers you from the back, and you're trying to fumble with your trousers so that you can pee in public because you're a girl. You can't. You guys have it so easy, and you're trying to not attract attention to yourself. You're trying not to ruin anybody or flash anybody, and you're trying to be discreet. And meanwhile, you never know who might be walking around on the beach or on their way from the boardwalk or coming back and forth or whatever, and you got to worry about it. And obviously, you want to do everything as quick as possible. But you fellas, just turn your back on the world, and everything's hunky dory. I'm not talking about male privilege here, but I'm just saying, know what you should be grateful for. Mm. Oh, I'm thirsty. I'm so thirsty. They had real good coffee at the dinner, and they had mashed potatoes, and they had sliced ham, and they had good gravy. The mashed potatoes, um, while I would prefer them stiffer, and I do like lumps, they had a real good flavor to them, like they may have had either turnips or parsnips or rutabaga in them. Real nice. If you've never done this before, mashed potatoes with carrots and turnips, and if you can find them rutabagas, oh man, that's awesome. That is so awesome. I remember my mom and my grandma even making this sometimes because they brought the stuff out of the garden. My grandma had, well, we would visit, and then my mom has two sisters and two brothers. So you figure they're cooking for that many people, and when they had this was before the deer ate everything in the garden. But my grandparents' house doesn't even exist anymore. After they died, and the house was sold to pay grandpa's medical bills, they thought that the house was going to be moved into, but they just ended up using it for the land, and I have no idea what's in its place. That would be so depressing because I could imagine driving up that hill because you remember the route. It's instinctive, even though I haven't been up that way since I have about that. But anyway, whatever is in its place, I'm sure the address would have to be the same, but anything could be there. It's practically on top of the hill, so I wouldn't miss it. But I may eventually find out. Maybe when I cross the country, maybe depending on how I travel, maybe I'll get to see what's become of where that house was. I think that would be, I'd like to satisfy a curiosity because I still miss my family from that part of the country, even though I'm not in touch with any of them. My mother is. So some of them don't talk to me because of political differences. Because there's a certain fella I like up there, that guy, and I made the mistake of sending a souvenir from his inauguration to one of my aunts and stuck it in her Christmas card. And I caused some trauma to the woman. Yeah, got, she was very, very triggered by this and traumatized. And for like 4 years, didn't say anything. And finally, she wrote this big mean letter in a Christmas card to my mother explaining how she'd been angry at me all this time over what I did to her, and she just totally went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over the Trump thing. It was this innocent little thing. It was a little business card thing having to do with go on this website and tell them what you think of Trump or something that was geared toward people who liked him. And I didn't know where she stood politically. I thought I wasn't. I thought that it was a souvenir. You can send me stuff from Obama's inauguration. I might even put it on the wall somewhere with a bunch of other political memorabilia. I'm not going to turn my back on you, freak out on the fact that we have a familial relationship. If you're my friend, stop being a friend just because you send me something. You can send me you could send me a calendar of Vladimir Putin. I wouldn't think you were a scumbag, especially if it's, by the way, the calendar where he's shirtless and he's wrestling the bear and all that stuff. I mean, chicks kind of sometimes like to see shirtless guys, okay? I'm just saying. But I wouldn't look bad on you because of political differences, as long as you're not out torturing people or being a scumbag or menace to society. So why are you going to reject somebody and act like have they have been psychologically been damaged by them showing you a souvenir? Come on. She reminds me of the picture of those screaming people at one of the women's marches that when Trump did get inaugurated, they just screamed and let out these guttural primal screams like their life as they knew it would be over. I wish when you think of what the country became when he was in office and what it is now with the border situation. If you don't think about anything else, because I know the Roe v. Wade thing is an issue that people have legitimate right about, and I do too, because I'm pro-choice, and that really bothers me. The fact that that got overturned, I still can't quite believe it, and I was traumatized by that, but I don't want to say I got over it, but I put it in perspective that I honestly believe that this is a temporary thing because we don't know what may be enshrined in the federal law. A lot can still happen while President Biden is in office, even though I hope to God he does not get reelected. Even though I know he may do some good things on the feminist front, what he has done destroying our borders, I don't know that we would have a country anymore. 4 more years of him. I mean, when you think of the people that may already be affiliated, who are, I'm sure, affiliated with ISIS and all the bad agencies you can think of that are already here, I don't want to think about that. I think we need to bring back some law and order. Uh, don't you? And there's so many wrongs. I actually wanted this to be about how it would be nice to right some wrongs. And I'm going to talk about all political groups. I'm not going to just focus on Democrats or Republicans. And even though you know where I'm going to vote for, I want to talk about the guy, one of the independents. In we all love the Kennedys, right? So we've got a great respected Kennedy that's running, and I like him. JFK Jr. is is that JFK? Which Kennedy is it? I'm sorry. I'm just really burnt out because it's been a long day. I got like 3 hours of sleep. Anyway, he does not get Secret Service protection. Tell me why the hell not? Do you know how many times he's been broken into? You got all these scumbags that don't care about what they do to people. You don't think? I thought every candidate got protection. The man needs protection. The Kennedys, for God's sakes. I don't care who you vote for. You're not going to respect the Kennedy dynasty. You don't think he's had. We know what's happened to him. He needs protection. That said, I don't like this third party stuff. I remember Ross Perot. They always siphon votes off of both sides, and the thing is, if he was a Democrat, I find him very appealing. But the thing is, if you're going against the person that I'm going to vote for, that's the problem. You can be as good as gold. You're still going against the person I'm voting for, then I'm not going to vote for you. But that said, if Trump was not there, and if say there was for any strange reason say there were no Republicans running, which I know that doesn't seem possible, but if that was the case, and there was only some other Democrat, and there was JFK Jr., no, it's not JFK Jr., RFK Jr., excuse me, JFK Jr. was John, and he died in a plane crash. I'm sorry. I'm really not as stupid as I probably sound, but do I read chat when I get close to it? Okay. Um, my vision is not all that good, and I don't want to get all. If I squint, it just makes wrinkles. Okay. Most suspect weed to smoke. Most suspect way to smoke weed. Yeah, especially when you're in public. Um. Oh, these give you a close-up look. These are technically some of them are loose braids and some of them are cornrows, but they probably look kind of crappy because they've been in for over a month. And one of the things I find frustrating is I dyed it like 2 weeks before I put the braids in. I've only washed my hair one time. The hair dye seems to fade even when I don't wash my hair. It drives me fucking crazy. Um, the not my president lady. Uh, I have never once referred to Joe Biden as not my president. Yes, he's the president. I know what the election results were, and I know just because I wasn't happy with him doesn't change facts. I understand that facts don't care about feelings. I never once said he wasn't my president. That said, that doesn't mean I have to be happy about it. But that also said, I could say where I think he's done some good. As a champion of women's rights, I do like Joe Biden. But one of the things I am concerned about is all this allowing of the trans stuff where I'm sorry, I don't want, if I was in women's or girls sports, I would not want to compete against somebody with all that testosterone, the greater lung capacity, the longer muscles. uh, I've heard of volleyball matches where a transgender male to female athlete spiked the ball and a girl's face got really seriously fucked up. It's unfair if a trans person is swimming against you. I just think this is a real dark time for women's and girls sports until they do something to make it fair for the people who want to compete, who are not chromosomally equal, but yet maybe if there were enough of them, they could just compete against each other. But to take it away from women and girls so that too many women and girls don't get scholarships, it's just not a fair competition. And that's one thing that Biden also does have wrong. One thing I wish he would do, I think a lot of people would like this. Why don't he legalize weed on the federal level? That would be something he could do that I think is more maybe along the Democratic platform, even though there's a heck of a lot of Republicans that inhale devil's lettuce. Jack Grisham, he is the author. Doesn't he write? Wait a minute, is he the author or is he the former astronaut? Okay, okay, good. Because I try to be. I think as far as Republicans go, I am rather balanced and rather moderate. Even though that said, I have some of my fellows that think of me as a rhino because I will not toe the party line. I'm certainly not part of the religious right. This is the this is for Mercury, by the way. I still need to consecrate it, but you got to do it on the day of our Mercury. And when that time was going on, I had personal upheaval in the house, and I just did not have the time to do it. Clone it. I'm reading what you're saying. Is that how you say it? Ever since Biden approved of lobotomy, I knew I made a mistake voting for him. Uh, I wish you could see the stickers I have on my computer. One of them is President Biden, and he's got his finger pointing, and it says, "I did that." It's the kind of stickers that people have over the gas pumps. Some skateboarder guy had the sticker on the back of his skateboard, and there's when I was out with my guitar, and that was it had to be during the summertime when I was hiding from the cops, and there the cops are out in force fucking with homeless people again. Uh, every time I tune up, I was playing my guitar today and yesterday in the house. I was thinking how cool it would be, itching to go out there. But this last time I showed my face out there with the guitar, this asshole cop threatened me with $1,000 ticket. What the fuck have I ever done that deserves $1,000 ticket? Can any of you answer me that? Anybody that's known me for anything I've ever done? Seriously, what have I ever done that is worthy of $1,000 ticket? I can't think of anything unless it's something I blacked out on one of the times when I drunk. Uh, I, I don't see it. And anyhow, if that's that case, considering how long it's been since alcohol has touched my lips, statute of limitations. I never crashed a car in anybody, didn't steal anything, didn't beat anybody up, didn't molest anybody, didn't molest any animals. Uh, Come on, it's ridiculous. I wasn't a drug dealer. I was a consumer, uh, but didn't corrupt any minors. Uh, yeah, cops are being real hardcore. Guess they want to make sure that when the summer season starts, it looks all nice and ship shape for the tourists. Um, okay, I'm reading. Papa Fuzzle says, my ma had one a few weeks back, not been the same since. Oh, TSOL, also author. Okay, so he is an author. American. Oh. Thixomoto would be a good vice president. Thixomoto was in my chat the other day. Um, there was I could have gone on in that I could have done that live stream a lot longer, but I really wanted to get some sleep. I had to get up early today. I was supposed to meet some people on the boardwalk, and I got there too late. But it was kind of cool in a way because then it gave me an opportunity to film around. And I think I may have found another place that I can go live if the signal's strong enough. And the thing is, it's not here and it's not the boardwalk. And I don't want to give it up yet because I'm going to have to test the signal. And I probably wouldn't want to do it at night because I don't want to be fucked with by the cops. Because it's one of those places where, even though I have every right to be there, cops have told me that I had to leave before. And nothing's worth arguing with a cop, especially these young cops that haven't been on the force too long and they don't know who's who. And I don't want any problems. And especially if I don't have proof that I'm allowed to be where I'm at. Now, if the guy I was talking to, the person who actually owns the property, that told me that there was and he even invited me to check the signal. But at the time, I was actually making a video, and I made sure that their faces weren't in it because they weren't trying to be in my video, and I was trying to protect their privacy. But heck, new Wi-Fi sources is new Wi-Fi sources. Usually, you have to get close to a casino to do things, and the thing is, a boardwalk always competes with the casino Wi-Fi. If you're right in front of a casino and you're trying to get the boardwalk Wi-Fi, you have to choose, and the casinos is stronger. And I remember when you used to be able to start with a signal in a casino and go from a room to the casino floor, and if the security didn't see you right, and you're carrying your computer out, and then on the boardwalk, and you used to be able to go in between casinos on the boardwalk, and you keep on talking on YouTube because of signal, but they don't have that. Um, Frankie, are you talking to me? Uh, oh. I wish my fan was on, but it would ruin. I won't be loud enough if the fan is on. Garfield is. I see you. He's curled up underneath my closet. He's not sleeping. He's such a good boy. I'm out of weed, or I'd smoke some. I do like to smoke on camera, but that wee little bit I had from the roach that guy found from me, that's that's already in here and gone. Well, last live stream I did, I didn't smoke on camera either. Whoa, I'm glad I didn't knock that over. The other day, something fell down from this chest of drawers that has a few things in it, and it knocked over. I have this stand that I keep makeup brushes that I haven't yet washed because they have the makeup from current day on them, and spilled the flower vase that's now over there. And the computer wasn't here. Luckily, the computer was here. It was I have a pole lamp that I got from my landlord that I'm using as supplemental lighting so I could finally get something hit in my face. But because it's not stable because the floor is warped, I finally bungeed it up against it's hooked onto one of the drawers so that it doesn't fall over anymore. Because knocking over your stuff is just not good. And if it were to knock the computer over, the computer's right here on this desk, and there is a special expansion drive I'm going to show you that allows me to back up my channel and like all my live streams. As soon as I do a live stream, within 2 days, YouTube gives me the option to download it. I'm downloading everything and then making another copy of that stuff because YouTube can't be trusted. Stuff. What the fluff? Walk for what? Um, just so you know, I don't do censorship. I would prefer you guys all get along. I've had some chats where there is this person called Californian in Russia, I think, that threatened to kick the ass of somebody that is from New Jersey who used to be in my chats a lot. And the thing is, they were probably possibly halfway around the world from each other, but still, we don't all have to agree on everything. It just, unless you really, really, really know that somebody's really, really, really evil, and you happen to by chance find each other someplace, I just wish that people would look for what we all have in common. I mean, I would like to think if you're all in my chat and this stupid live stream that I'm doing, you must be here for some reason that you guys have some things in common. So just it's not worth slitting each other's throats about it. It's just the internet and people just talking about stuff. And I don't think anybody has any ill will toward anybody. We're just talking about stuff. And sometimes there's weird, fucked up shit in the world. And sometimes politicians are interesting or screwy or make good choices and bad choices. And we're just talking about that. So, but you can, I don't I don't censor foul language. I have no problem with fuck and cunt and douchebag and all that stuff. This is not for children. I'm not going to age restrict it though, because you age restrict things in the future. YouTube will never put ads on. It cuts you, us creators, in the pocketbook. If my channel actually takes off and I end up doing really well, I might need ad revenue at some point. I chose not to try to do the ads right now, partly because I know people don't appreciate it, number one. Number two, I have to find a way to take some kind of training to get this warning off my channel so I can even be checked to see if I am eligible for the YouTube Partner Program. They keep on making it so strict for us about whether our content is safe for people. And the thing is, I'm not stuff for you to babysit your kids in front of. We're grown-ups here, right? Or as far as I know, we're grown-ups. And I should be able to talk about things that I don't even do anymore, but that I used to do because people do grow and evolve through their lives without somebody misconstruing it as glorifying a past that I don't even do anymore. Or if I talk about the things that I do, like weed, and oh man, I wish I had some. And this is just ashes. This is just ashes. I have a butter knife that has a tiny little bit of that dabs thing that that guy gave me, or jelly, or whatever it is. This other thing that looked like wax. It looked like little crack rocks, but it was soft. It was waxy. And I'm getting got the low battery thing on this. I have to move this to here so that I can plug this in. There's a low battery one. Find it. Now, this is also going to mean that I'm going to lose my lighting, my supplemental lighting, because the lights are plugged in here where the computer has to be plugged in. So, good. Oh, Garfield's eating food. Look, I want you to see how good Garfield eating num-nums. Isn't that wonderful? Good boy. He's such a good cat. Such a good kitty. Where's the plug? Oh, here it is. Good boy. Oh, good boy. Who's that, baby? Who's your good boy? Okay. Oh, good. Battery saver's on. No, not battery saver. This should be. Oh, okay. 19% available plugged in. Okay. So we're not going to the. Whoops. Oh, okay. Good. This was not an iPad. This was a makeup palette. You know what's falling down? I have here, these are all makeup palettes. And these fall, they will break. I gotta put these there. Okay. All right. Now the back of this has to be clean because it touched the I'm gonna have to put 90% or 70% alcohol on this because if that touched the carpet, that needs to be sterilized. Yeah, we don't mess around. You can use gel hand sanitizer also. Did you know that? This is a this is purple eyeshadow. I dropped this face down on this filthy dirty carpet, right? I took some of that gel hand sanitizer. You want to use at least 70% isopropyl alcohol. Squirt some on this, let it soak in, hang it down. It will kill the germs. This is so old. This is from Avon. I used to be an Avon lady. I was my best customer. It's not easy because you think you get into something because you love makeup and skincare and you want to help people to feel good about themselves through buying these oftentimes overpriced, high quality products. But you have to pay for the catalogs you give people, and then you're selling people. It's more a sales position than anything else, and it's hard to find people to sell to. And then collecting the money when the orders come in. My mother tried to get some of her coworkers when she worked at the Trump Taj Mahal to buy things, and it would take months for her to get the money that these people owed her for the things that they ordered. Ideally, you order something, you give the money up front. But one time, there was a lady that screwed me over. She worked, we had an Ace hardware store a couple blocks up the street, and she bought some, I forget what, for me, for Avon. And she never uh, paid me for it. And she actually gypped me out of I don't know what, but I tried to. I went to that store so many times. She evaded me. I never got compensated for that. And one of the things that I didn't like about being an Avon representative is you had to make a minimum order size in order to get the low price to get the you can get one each of anything that's in the catalog if for a particularly cheap price. It would make it actually reasonable. But if you didn't have make a minimum order, which you think you have an order that's a minimum size, but if people decide or if they sell out and so they don't have enough stock to fulfill your order, then you won't make your minimum order, which means that you will be charged a higher price for that demonstrator, that sample of, like, say they're featuring purple lipsticks, and I'm thinking that's a color I just have to have, and it's only $1.15. So yeah, I'm gonna get $1.15 lipstick. Oh, if they don't have in stock half the things I'm ordering, guess what? That lipstick probably cost me close to $3 or whatever. So their cost, and you have to invest like $20 to. But it was something that I didn't make money on. I lost money on, and we still have Avon stuff around the house. So it's a sales job, and it's really hard work. Okay, I'm gonna find one of those uh alcohol things. There's so much hand sanitizer in this house. I should be able to find it. Oops. Don't want to break that. The lid for this eyeshadow thing. I want to wipe. See, this I could wipe it off using one of those antibacterial towelette things. I got a thing of them. I used to get these free in the casinos, and it's very hard to find them now. So I actually bought these around my birthday. I treated myself to a dollar store shopping spree, as it were. You gotta have antibacterial wipes to clean surfaces. I had to clean off my bottom of my computer when I came in today with filming, because I set my computer down on some trash cans to get a good film. King Cobra JFS for president. Okay, I'm going to. Oh, prunes are good for you, but I'll give you a prune story. Don't eat any more than 12 prunes in a sitting if you got a date later on at night. I won't, I'll spare the story about how I learned this in Hollywood. And it's good when the person you have a hot date with had a bunch of drinks and they pass out, because when you find out that eating 13 prunes was not a good idea, you want the person that you wanted to be with or that you was with to be passed out drunk. And I will never eat that many prunes in one sitting ever again. Don't do it. Okay, what am I cleaning? Oh yeah, this. It's supposed to kill. You notice they never say they kill all the germs. They say it kills 99.99% of germs. You know? Can't get the 100%, or else they're just covering their asses legally wise. You know? Everything has to be dumbed down for society now. Labels that say warning, coffee is hot. You know, don't spill it down your pants. Garfield is, where is Garfield? Oh, he's curled up, but his eyes are not closed. He's underneath my it's in my closet. He's being a good boy. I'm gonna clean some of this. See, I thought it fell down face down. And I'm thinking it shouldn't have, because it had the lid on it. But let me see if there's any fuzzies on it. Because I can actually wipe this like this. Oh, I see. I hear on the edge. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Wonder what happens if I. Can you wipe? What do you think? You know anybody that ever sterilized a makeup palette like this before? Hmm? You think I'm gonna get Bohemian jugfucker disease if I use it like this? I forgot where if I ever heard that somebody else or somebody saying that. I've been saying Bohemian jugfucker for years. Nobody's ever told me they found it offensive, except my mother. She wouldn't appreciate it because she doesn't like the F word. I can't help it that I do. But that's why this channel, whenever I tried to get put on Hideout TV and the different video sites that are always looking for new channels and stuff, they never accepted me. And it's because everything is very family friendly. You can't talk about controversial things, definitely nothing ever political or even remotely drug oriented, even though I don't think of cannabis as drug oriented. But and yet the travel videos, there's such wanton extreme drinking, and they show people always slamming down cocktails and stuff. And that's not supposed to be, I don't want to use the word triggering because it makes me seem like another one of these libtard uh, snowflakes. No offense to liberals, and it doesn't mean I think every liberal is uh, of that designation, but I'm just using a rude term that they are called by people on my side, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm not saying that I don't occasionally use it myself. But because let's face it, some of that liberal stuff is, but then again, some of this stuff on the right is that too, especially Greg Abbott. I like him for a lot of things. I love what he did for the border. Obviously, Texas has a right to protect itself, and I love that they're prosecuting illegal aliens and not letting them cross over. That I like. But what's up with ever since we lost Roe, and you notice we have these different states that have these laws now that totally outlaw abortion. So if you happen to be stuck there and you're in trouble, you're really fucked up. He never had exceptions for rape or incest. That's my problem with Governor Greg Abbott. What about if it was your wife, your daughter, that something terrible happened to? Would you force them to give birth? And they have these laws in some of these states that you're criminalized for helping somebody travel across state lines. You know, I thought the whole idea of states' rights was if you didn't like the laws of your state and you wanted the freedom that other states have, you could cross state lines to the states where things were allowed. Look for all the years when the only place where you could gamble was Las Vegas. Other states, most states that did not allow gambling, they would not prosecute you because you decided to go leave that state because your ultimate destination was Las Vegas, where you were going, so you could gamble. Oh, you're crossing a bunch of state lines so that you could avail yourself of a certain freedom. Nobody ever bats an eye about that. And yes, some of these states that are totally anti abortion would criminalize a person who intends to and is getting help traveling across state lines to go to a place where it is safe for them to get the health care that they need. These girls, these women and girls who get raped and they need to go maybe 3 states over at sometimes great personal expense and time to get what they need, and you want to prosecute them, if you help somebody to get the health care they need, which I'm sorry, you were raped and you're going to be expected to give birth to a rape baby, so you're going to have an abortion, that is health care and that is necessary. And you can't tell me that how anybody can think that it's right that you could penalize somebody for leaving that state where it's illegal to go to a state where it is legal. And then when you make these make it shorter and shorter time frames where it's legal. You make it harder for people who can't get to a place locally and they have to travel. Say you have to get the money, first of all, to be able to get to 3 states over or wherever the nearest clinic is. And you have to make it before it's deemed too late to be legal. And even if you can legally go to a place where it's okay to get it later term, it is more of a medical danger. It costs more money. And there are the ethical considerations that we can go on and on about. Sometimes, though, it is necessary. I've known people who, women who got late term abortions, and their reasons were valid, and it was overseas. I knew somebody in Australia that had to go through it, and it was I know her reasons for it, and it was sad, and it was necessary, and I'm never going to not back up a woman that has to make that decision, because I've never known a female to take a decision lightly or use it as a form of birth control or to think it was fun or to think it was a sacrament like some people seem to think. And I know that there are some fringe elements that take it as almost a pride thing, but that is necessary to do and you need to do it. I can't see being ashamed of it, because if you're doing it because you have to, why not be proud of it? If, say, some terrible thing happened to you that you had this got pregnant by it, while you certainly wouldn't be proud of suffering this terrible thing that caused you to get it in the first place, to be able to, that we have technology that you can get the surgery, take it from your body. I would be, you got struck with cancer and you got it cut out of you, you got the double mastectomy or whatever. I'd be proud that I successfully got through the surgery that saved my life. I'd be thankful for the doctors that helped me do it, the nurses, all the medical people. And I'm always grateful for the people that give me good medical care of all kinds. And I don't technically have a dog in hunt because I've never been pregnant and I've never had to have an abortion, but at least I had the safety net that if it had happened to me, if despite all my responsibilities, something happened, or if, when I was in bad things happen in life, if I didn't have backup protection, and if something had happened, at least I would have had a safety net. And now we have a generation for the first time in 50, however many years now, that is not an option for some people. That is despicable. It's sad. It's scary. It's not going to change how I vote now, because I still think that we have to deal with the borders and our national security and so many other things. And I think that the Democrats screwing up is more dangerous for the country than the Republicans screwing up, honestly. Because you have to prioritize things. My mother and I had this conversation years ago, just shortly after 9/11, when George W. Bush was president and he hadn't yet been reelected. And I was thinking, I don't know if I can vote Democrat anymore, because this guy, I loved his leadership during 9/11. We have a real serious national security problem, and he seems like the candidate that will open up the can of whoop ass that we needed. I was very traumatized by 9/11. I came back here. I was in California when that happened, and 9/11 brought me back here. And when I all of a sudden have a TV of my own that I could turn on whatever I want instead of being stuck with what my roommates were watching in Hollywood. Saturday morning, they'd watch kiddie cartoons like Ren and Stimpy, Dora the Explorer, SpongeBob SquarePants. Your dad sells Avon? My mom liked the roll-on deodorants. They well, the only thing I didn't really like about them is that you have to wait for it to dry, and sometimes you would sweat before it dried. And when you're in a hurry because you're getting dressed, that sucked. But at least it didn't leave white under your armpits like some of the solids do. And they sell, by the way, at the dollar store, they sell these hard gel deodorant slash antiperspirants that are supposed to be, the label says made by veterans for veterans. These things, I swear, I like that they're unscented, but they not only don't work, they seem to have a bad smell shortly after you put them on. And I'm thinking, how do you call this deodorant? I think this is a reodorant. And you're going to give credit to the veterans, like blaming the veterans for making this product, which instead of de-stinking you, makes you smell bad. And I don't know if they sell them anymore, but they had them at the dollar store for a while. Maybe that's why they ended up at the dollar store. I have a feeling that wasn't the original intention. Okay, I'm trying to read more of these, like being a drug dealer, you have to break limbs to get that makeup money. Yeah, well, speaking of breaking limbs to get money, the reason why I lent that money to my brother was because I thought that he was going to get his legs broken for a gambling debt or something. And I didn't want that to happen. So I decided, I thought there's this thing called family loyalty. And I handed him $1,450 cash money. And I forgot to get a receipt. And of course, my mother didn't think to get one. He refuses to pay me back. I could make a down payment on that used school bus that I want to get so I can turn into an RV so I can get the fuck out of here. And he flat out refuses to pay me back. It's been over 3 years now. He says that I owe money to the family, that I am a freeloader. I am my mother's caregiver. I wash all the clothes by hand. I wash dishes by hand. Okay. I bring the food in the house for me and her. If I didn't go out of the house and bring food in by wherever places I find it, the only food that she would get would be occasionally my brother will buy a pizza and he'll give her a slice or two. I bring the food in, wash the clothes. I do housework. I know you probably don't believe I do housework, but I do. Uh, I do in the laundry. This includes long sleeve sweatshirts are a lot of fun. Sweaters are a lot of fun. You know how hard it is to do laundry by hand? You use the biggest bowls you can and you put hot soapy water in and you drip things dry wherever. And I can't keep up with all these responsibilities. And what am I supposed to work an 8-hour shift every day? And where did that time come from? I don't get enough sleep as it is. I get leg cramps every week. They're very, very painful. And if I worked outside the home and I was making all this money, do you think I would contribute to the rent here, to living in the situation where I'm dealing with all this stress and all the things, issues I don't want to get back in? But I need to get to LA for a while, get stuff out of my storage so that I could have one storage instead of two. Probably have to ship some things back here using Mailboxes USA. Come back to I look forward to eating at the Hare Krishna temples. There's one near Venice Beach, a smaller one, and then the regular one at Culver City, which is a suburb, not quite a suburb, but it's in the outskirts of Los Angeles, close to the beach. And they have a Sunday feast every Sunday, I think around 4 o'clock or something. The food is so good. If you like vegetarian Indian food, and I'm not vegetarian, but it's good. It's real good. Except for the paneer. I don't like paneer because that's cheese, and I don't like cheese. But anyway, it's like curry, all kinds of. They do this thing where they take cauliflower and they batter dip it and they fry it. Oh, it's so good. Even though I know fried food, they use ghee, which is clarified butter. It's so good. They have this dessert that's crumbly and it's a color of brown sugar and it's I don't know what it is, but it's dry and it's got raisins in it and it's crumbly and it's not wet and it's not sticky, but it is sweet. It's so good, and I could eat it by the cupful. I'm afraid, and first of all, I don't know the name of it, so I can't even look up the recipe. But it's so good, and I swear it's addictive. And I look forward to. And now that I have some Indian clothes, I think I'm going to bring one or two outfits that I can put a T-shirt underneath them because I have a feeling I'm probably not going to be in a position to be you can't really change clothes in public. All you can do is take a layer off and have something else underneath it. But I have a feeling I'm probably not going to want to walk around in a long tunic in harem pants and stuff that are frankly not figure flattering and are very, very different than my typical image. And if I can't find phone booths to change clothes in like Superman did, I have to really think about the practicalities of that while I'm picking things that I think would be suitable for Los Angeles. Oh, and on the subject of rape babies and other things about Roe v. Wade and birth control and stuff, I don't know if you guys and dolls know this, but even something like the birth control pill is not 100% effective. It's only 99% effective. That means, and that's an approximation. It might be 99.2% or whatever it is. But so that might technically mean that for every 100 perfectly used, patients using the pill properly, which is every day, except for the 5 days or 7 days that you don't take it where your cycle is where you're supposed to bleed. If you use it perfectly right, there will still be one unintended pregnancy. So that means if you do everything right, you're responsible and you do everything right, and yet you still get pregnant. So say you live in one of those states where when we lost Roe, they have these laws. I forget what the name of them, but it's the laws that make it totally illegal. So this it forces you to be a criminal. When you did everything right, I could see if you're one of these people that is never responsible and you don't take birth control at all and you just use abortion as birth control. I've never met anybody like that. First of all, abortions cost money and it's a form of surgery. I can't imagine somebody being that lazy that they'd be willing to subject themselves to something that I would imagine to be invasive, uncomfortable, if not maybe slightly painful. I don't know. I don't have a frame of reference. The closest frame of reference I have to that at all is getting pap smears. And, they're not uncomfortable, but they're not traumatic. I know a lot of women hate OBGYN visits. I don't understand. The only thing I think everybody can agree on is that mammograms aren't fun because you get pancake, squash, titty, all that stuff. And I think men can get mammograms too, because breast cancer men can get. And I'm all for getting your diagnostic tests, you know, but you can't. I think if Joe Biden can make Roe v. Wade codified into the federal law of the land, I think that would be wonderful. Now, if he did this, I wonder if future Republican administrations, if they would ever have the ability to somehow take that out if it was enshrined in the law of the land. Because it seems to me that now that they did what they did with Roe, what happens to the Obosurfeld, and Loving? No, Loving is the anti-miscegenation law. Obosurfeld, I'm butchering it. Is it Obosurfeld? And what was his husband? What we call marriage equality now, decision that legalized it. Now that we lost Roe, is that in jeopardy? There are some people that are concerned about that. But then again, if it is up to the Supreme Court, I would like to think that they would keep the precedent that after all, love is love. And if we don't trip about interracial marriage and relationships and family creation, why do you want to trip out about any consenting adults that love each other? I don't, I think right now, I would like to think that people are evolved enough that they know that you shouldn't trip out on any kind of love as long as the people are of sound mind and they can consent and they're not hurting anybody. And, but that doesn't mean that people have the right to have a hard time with nuclear families either. When we have some laws in place that penalize people for marrying their baby daddies, and so you have so many people that I guess that maybe it's only applying to people that are on public benefits like welfare or something. And I don't really have experience with this, but I understand the more children they have, the bigger their check is. What I don't understand is the penalty on getting public education. That I remember when I was researching this, if you decided that you wanted to take classes and go to school, even if it was community college, you could lose your benefits. I'm thinking, why should you be penalized for bettering yourself? If the whole idea is the government doesn't want to breed dependency on your social services or government things, the whole idea is that are going through rough patches, and especially if you have children, but with the intention of weaning you off of it gradually. But then again, look at what they do with people at the methadone clinics. And this is another thing that I don't have personal experience with because I've never done those kind of drugs, but I know people who have. And I know somebody that for 30 years 30 years. He went to the methadone clinic. There's probably lots of them all over Southern California where you have to go in person and they administer. I have never been inside there because I don't have business in there, not being a patient. But he had to go there every day, except I think they gave you something to take home on the weekends or something. I don't know. But anyway, they never bounced down his dosage, not one iota. In the 30 years he was on it, and this is why people can never get totally clean unless they go through the withdrawals and the terrible thing, discomfort and hell on earth that I understand withdrawal from opiates to be. I don't like talking about things that I are not my story because I don't have personal experience, but I have witnessed more than a handful of people go through very serious, painful withdrawals. In Hollywood, I saw people that were shaking and crying, and they were cold sweats, and they were just, and all you could do was hold them and comfort them. And we didn't have things then like Narcan and all these different things that when people actually OD, we have things now that we didn't have then. And I saw people get this thing called cotton fever, where apparently cotton that they use to filter whatever they're injecting or something, pieces of cotton strings, tiny little threads, like pieces of human hair, like this, get in the needle and get into the bloodstream. And that, I would think that could get into the heart or the lungs or something. And again, very, very painful thing. Watch people go through, and I forget what the remedy is. I don't know, but anyway, watching suffering people. If that doesn't if that's not gut wrenching to you, then you are a sociopath. If you can't be empathetic to a suffering person, even if their lifestyle means that they're doing things that maybe you don't do, still, it doesn't mean that they're not human, and it doesn't mean that you can't have compassion. And why don't these clinics bounce people gradually down so that they don't get sick and everything, but so that ultimately they won't need anything? That's what they should do. And why they don't do it, I don't know. Okay, I'm not a medical professional. I didn't go to medical school. The only medical training I have is CPR, some basic first aid stuff that, frankly, I think you need to get recertified every 3 years for it to count. I know how to do Heimlich. I have done that before, even though that takes more physical strength than you realize. There's a video in my Washington, D.C. playlist where I talk about that experience. See some more of what you guys are saying in chat. Oh, yeah. You know who supposedly doesn't get rabies? Opossums. I've been learning a lot about opossums. They eat ticks. They can't get Lyme disease. They help protect people from Lyme disease by eating as many ticks as possible. And a lot of people misunderstand them and mistreat them, which you shouldn't mistreat anybody. It's disgusting torturing animals and the things they do. And why would you hurt an animal? I understand there's some really weird looking insects that are actually beneficial, like the potato bug. I forget what its actual name is, but I saw some pictures on Facebook of this really scary looking big insect that they say is really, really beneficial. It eats all kinds of bad things, and if you see it in the garden, just leave it alone. I think the whole bottom line is, unless something's a cockroach or a fire ant, leave it alone. It's not hurting you. A lot of things are still keeping climbing, just getting out of hibernation, and they're hiding in the leaves, which you shouldn't rake. Try to wait until May if you can to rake your leaves. so they can get into the ground and they can be uh, they can keep. They're good for helping weeds to not sprout up, and you got some. You might have cocoons of beautiful butterflies that are in there, and these people they rake leaves up, and you get these piles, and they either bag them and throw them out, or what if they burn them? You imagine all the creatures that are being tortured by that, by people doing things like that, or they throw things into a wood chipper, and all animals get killed. People don't think. Everybody mowing their lawns too much, killing off all the wildflowers so the bees have less for their pollinating. If our bees go, we're going to go. People don't think about that. And then those people who don't garden organically, and you throw all these poisons around with a Roundup, and what that does to people, and now people are getting cancer. And you notice the people that are hired to spray that shit around to kill the weeds, they all wear rubber gloves. You know, I guess they got the memo that people are coming down with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and different kinds of cancers because of exposure to glyphosate, which is what the name for the chemical that's in Roundup is. So I'm an organic gardener. There's no way I'd be using those chemicals. I never was into. The only time I ever used chemical fertilizers, I have used liquid fertilizer slash plant food years and years and years and years ago. But I mean, I had a tiny little bottle, and it was not an insecticide. It was not anything I ever used in anything outside. That garden plot is strictly organic. We got the compost heap and everything. Boosie fade? What is a boosie fade? Oh, that word booth. I've seen marijuana packages that actually say 100% no boofs allowed. They have a whole slang that I don't know if it comes from the hip hop community or from pro wrestling or what, but there's a language that's different. I want to see all. Do you hear a bunch of talk downstairs? I want to see who's talking. Just a friendly neighbor. Just a friendly neighborhood drug dealers downstairs. Nothing to see here. Okay, bye. There's Garfield. I'm gonna move one of my things so you can see him. First of all, I know you've seen these are magnets, so I don't dare put these near any of my electronics. Now, see if you can see him, my bud. I may need to turn the fan on in here because I really don't want to hear the uh the conversation. I really can't help but find it distracting. Now, can you see to the left of the light bulb? Can you see him sleeping over there? Garfield. Kitty, look at that face. Look at that face. I see you. Oh, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna see where the how much I'm charged up. It says 69% available. Plug in. You know what? I'm gonna put this back. Well, actually, first I'm gonna move my beverages. Then I'm gonna put this computer back over where it was. It's just iced tea, people. It looks like whiskey though, doesn't it? But I don't do this shit anymore. It's a good thing. It's a good thing I don't do broadcasts when I'm drunk. Oh my god. I would have gotten kicked off of YouTube years ago, but I'll be 20 years November 19th. So I'm not gonna do anything stupid like that. All right, put this someplace. Put this over here. And now I can put the light back on. Can you see me now? I'm gonna bring Garfield back out. No torturing allowed. Um. Oh, you know what would have been fun? I'll be 20 years November 19th, and 23 years chemical free. Not that I'm bragging. I mean, I'm relieved actually. But that said, if I had a chance to do MDMA again or mushrooms, see, I don't think mushrooms is drugs. I come from the hippie way of thinking. Okay, I've lived in San Francisco before, and I had a good time. I had even being on the street, even living camping out. Literally, it was a slumber party when I was camping out there. It wasn't any of this violence. The most violent thing ever happened to me living on the streets in San Francisco. I got hit in the back of the head by a smiley once. And if you didn't know what a smiley is, it's a padlock. It's on a metal chain, and you could swing it and you could use it as a weapon. And I got hit in the back of the head, and I didn't even know I was bleeding. It was after dark until I put my hand on my head, and my hand was wet, and I put it on a piece of white paper and stuck it under a street light, and it came back smeared with blood. And I still might have a tiny little scar that my scalp is not totally smooth. Maybe one tiny little might have a tiny little ding, which you would ever only know if I ever was bald. And I'm not planning on sporting the bald look anytime soon. Even though if I was bald, I suppose it'd be really cool to get fun with makeup and stuff. Or maybe I would use nail polish so that it would really kind of stay for like a while. I used to use nail polish to do my eyebrows so that the makeup would stay on for months at a time when I was sleeping on the streets of Tempe, Arizona. That's another thing, because you know nothing like waking up in your makeup so that you're good to go. Just put sunscreen on your face and get up and take care of life. Uh, uh, Kamala Harris, she's she scares me, man. As much as I don't want, I would prefer Biden to not be president right now. If she had to take over, especially why do they have her as border czar when she's done nothing to help with the immigration crisis? Why do they have Pete Buttigieg as a transportation secretary when I understand wanting to take paternity leave, being a father and stuff? Well, no, I don't because I don't have kids. But it's great that you can be there with your newborn baby. Okay. But when you're hired for a job, hello? I'm not saying parenthood isn't special because obviously it's necessary for the human race to continue. But if anybody can just use as an excuse, I'm not going to do my job because I have a baby, especially when it's not like he doesn't have somebody else. He's not the only person that can do childcare. And I'm sure there's got to be a way that you could still bond with your child and still do your job. But like I said, I don't know. And I'm sure every parent in the world can tell me that it's really, really hard. And I don't know how hard it is. And since I never know, I should just shut the hell up. Now, who else's position doesn't make any sense? My workers. Oh, yes. Cute bald guy. I'm not, I know that has nothing to do with anything, but why does he seem to, instead of having a dignified job involving keeping us safe and protecting the border, why does he seem to be encouraging people? Come on in, I'll lift up the gate. Come on in. I'm push up. I'll cut the concertina wire, and I'll pull up the chain link fence, and you guys run. Here, I'll throw some rocks to distract the border people, so that they'll be looking. Oh, somebody threw a rock. Here, come on in, come on in. It seems like that's what he's doing. Oh, what's the name of the bald guy that identifies as non-binary and he wears lipstick and has a reputation for being a kleptomaniac? He takes people's luggage and he gets photographed in somebody's stolen ball gown and stuff. What's his name? I know this is gonna get me kicked out of the GOP for saying this, but I like his style. Something about a bald guy, non-binary, excuse me, in lipstick and a ball gown, but who's obviously a guy. I don't know. That's the visual is pretty cool. I think he looks good in that couture. You know, I think he should maybe be a runway model and maybe not be in the government position. And I don't think that people appreciate having their clothes absconded with by him. But I like his style. I just have to put that out here. And Uh, let's talk about Hunter Biden. What do you guys think of Hunter's art? Have you seen it? How much of his art have you seen? Have you seen any of his art? I actually have seen some of his pieces that I like. Uh, Thinking about Hunter, does anybody know if he still smokes weed? Because something tells me if he smoked weed, it'd probably be fun to party with. I'm just saying. Don't kick me out of the GO. Oh, and another thing, Hunter Biden's not ugly either. I mean, not when he's not those unflattering pictures where he's in the jockey shorts and he's got the cigarette butt hanging out in the stubble and he looks kind of cracked out of his mind. But I'm saying he's not an unattractive guy. I'm sorry. I'm a Scorpio. Okay, I'm a bit of a mischief maker, and I wish I had some weed. Hey Hunter, you smoke weed? No, you probably don't party with Republicans. Hey Hunter. Uh, how's about fronting me $400 so I could buy a pair of them gold Trump sneakers? Thoughts on Mexico wall? Well, why is it Mexico? They're enough of a sovereign country that they don't want people reaching their borders from their south, and yet they sometimes don't want to take their own people that we are trying to return. It's obvious that the current president of Mexico doesn't respect our current president, but then again, I could see his point. But then again, when you have so many emboldened people that feel that it is their right to come here, since when does anybody feel that they have a right to anything? Technically, yes, is a sanctuary if you really are indeed suffering, escaping something hard. I'm not an uncompassionate person. Obviously, this country is a compassionate country and full of a lot of people who have love and love for our fellow man and want to be a force for good in the world. But if we took every single person who wanted to be here for any reason at all, who just came here because they felt a sense of entitlement, and yet, if any of us citizens here wanted to go someplace else because we just felt entitled, like say I always wanted to go to Japan. I loved Ultraman as a little girl, and I had a thing for Hayata. I wanted to he hold this capsule, and it looked really phallic, like a dildo or something. He would hold on this capsule, and he'd hold it like this, and then all of a sudden, I think a lightning bolt would go down, and all of a sudden, he was Ultraman, and he'd go fight the monsters, the Godzilla type monsters or Mothra or whoever it was Ultraman was fighting. And I ate that stuff up as a kid. But I can't say, oh, I want to be a Harajuku girl. I want to hang out in Tokyo wearing gothic Lolita stuff and my short skirts and maybe meet some cute Japanese people and eat sushi all day and maybe play guitar outside and whatever, assuming I could afford any of that shit. I can't just show up there. First of all, I better have a passport. Second of all, they're probably going to do a background check on me to make sure that I will respect the country and I'm not going to be a threat to them. And if I decide I want to move there, I'm sure there's a big whole process where they want to see if I deserve to be there. What will I contribute to Japan if I wanted to go there? Am I going to be a drain on? I don't know if they have any kind of social safety net there, or am I going to hit the ground running, be able to work, be able to do things, and also conduct myself in a respectful manner and not do the things which they don't do in your society, which I guess is littering. And I understand they don't even eat when they're walking around in public. They have a lot of things that are different than American culture. Again, I don't know from personal experience because I have not. I have this thing about not getting on airplanes. I don't like turbulence. So, but that would. Oh, and I heard that they still smoke in bars and things, and that would be. I could not. I would that would suck because I would feel deprived of being able to socialize in nightclub atmosphere and stuff. And I imagine karaoke bars are a lot of fun and stuff, but I could not be in indoor cigarette smoke. I just hate cigarette smoke so much. And then there's this other thing of all drugs being illegal there, and I imagine the penalties are pretty harsh if you get caught with weed and stuff. So you can't chance it there, and that would really suck. And maybe I don't know if they have any modesty laws, but I wonder if you got to be especially careful with that. I don't know if they have strip joints. You can get work dancing, or if you can only work if you're totally waxed because they have a thing against pubic hair or something. It used to be that porno in Japan they could not show pubic hair. They couldn't. They airbrushed the hair out of the Playboys in the penthouses and stuff. I don't know if that's still the case. Tree elves. I have a tree elf store. I have a tree. Well, I don't know if they're elves, but they're wizards. And I will tell you that I honestly saw this. I'd swear to God, but I don't believe in God, at least in the way that people say, YHVH or all this stuff. I know there's forces out there, but you can be an atheist and still work with forces and still do magic and still manipulate things and even work with deities sometimes without necessarily believing they're real. You can use them as aspects of the subconscious, which is how I have reconciled my lack of faith anymore with still being able to do the magic because the magic still works. Energy is still energy. You could still cause energy to change in conformity with your will. A lot of it is changing how you look at things because when you change your lens on the world, things do look different and things do seem to change and things often do change. Just try changing your perspective on things. It really does. It's part of, I do a lot of inner work on myself. It's easy to talk about, oh, this sucks and all these things outside me suck and I'm going to work on changing this and I want to change this and I want to change that and I want to change that. Well, that takes a lot of energy and stress out of you. But one thing that you can do, and I have been really working on doing, is I want to change myself. I want to work on me because I got plenty of my own imperfections that maybe I should work on before working on this and this and this and things that which may or may not be my business or may be beyond my control. For at least some things, I have control over. I have control over how I react to things. I have control over my thoughts. I have control over my perspective. I have control over how much discipline I choose to have. I have control over uh, if I have a number of choices, I have control over what is the safest, healthiest, as opposed to most irresponsible. I have the ability to forego uh, immediate pleasure for a longer reward. I'm good with saving. I'm good, I think, with patience in some instances. Sometimes I believe you have excuse not to not be patient because you just need to have things in a timely manner, and sometimes you have every right to be concerned when people get interfere with that. But that's how I approach things, and I can't wait to consecrate this because I love working with Mercury. That's probably my favorite planet to work with because it's the most useful. Because Mercury governs so much: communications, travel, uh, computers. I've heard some people call computers Saturn, but computers, because they are used, what we do with them, we communicate with them, we use them to organize things, we use them with data, we do so many things with them. But Mercury, and when Mercury goes retrograde and it fucks up so many things, this was last, not the last time Mercury went retrograde, but the time before that, it really, I don't want to say fucked me over, but it was a doozy. And I'm pretty good at navigating Mercury retrogrades usually, but this time, it's just a lot of things that if it could snafu, it did. I had computer problems, I had problems communicating with people, I had travel problems, I had so many of the things that Mercury's famous for interfering with. Peter King, well, wait a minute, that's not the actor. Um, Oh, I started to tell about the tree wizards. When I was living in San Francisco and I was spending a fair amount of time in Golden Gate Park, I had an occasion to take some LSD. Okay. And one thing, if you don't know about San Francisco, is they have this fog that rolls in. Even in the summertime, it's not as warm as you think a summer would be. And unless you're right out in the sun, if you're in the shade at all, it's chilly and it's damp and fog rolls in, the dampness gets to you, and you wear layers just to be comfortable. And you're always taking clothes off and putting clothes on. And my jacket, I locked in somebody's car, and I got lost on one of those winding. There's all these winding passes. Golden Gate Park is a big park. It's, I don't know how big it is compared to Central Park in New York City, but it's big. And I've not scratched the surface of it. There's the areas that are closer to the edge where Haight Street is. I'm familiar with those areas. That's like where Janis Joplin's Star is. And you can walk to where the merry-go-round is, and there's a little museum, or it looks like a castle, but I forget what that building's called. And there's a little pond there, and there's all these different things. But the park technically goes all the way to the beach, but I've never been all the way through. But so I'm frying on acid, okay, and I'm walking around, and you can actually get lost at one point because there's so many little pathways and stuff. And so I never could find where the car was parked that had my coat in the trunk. And now, and it should have just been at the edge, but when you're on acid, I'm sure it's a lot easier to get lost. And I'm getting chilly. And one thing I have figured out is I really don't like to be cold when I'm frying on acid. And just so you know, acid was very plentiful in San Francisco, and I was running with a crowd that they volunteered for food, not bombs. I knew people that would take half a, okay, acid comes in, sometimes it comes in different forms. It can come in these sheets, blotter. I knew people that would take a half a sheet at a time. How many hits is that? 15, 20, 30? I don't know. They would take, because it's, you build up a tolerance to them where if a half a hit would make a person trip the light fantastic, so to speak. Other people, you've been taking it enough that you need more and more to feel those things. And acid will take vitamin C out of you. A lot of times people who take a lot of acid, I noticed a lot of them had acne because it just made their skin break out. And you have to eat oranges and take vitamin C, and you gotta, because it's one of the things it does. I heard that ecstasy does that too. It's really good to drink orange juice when you take ecstasy. I remember when it came in that powder that you put it in a folded up piece of paper, like folded piece of paper like this, and dump it down your throat. But the thing is, X, you have to be so careful that if it's not made the right way, you could be a paraplegic for life. They have test kits now for these fancy drugs that cost more than the drugs. It's such an expensive thing, and if you take a chance and you don't test it, it's so dangerous. That's why they were. When people go to raves, I was going to some raves when I was in Santa Cruz. They had raves there, but I didn't like the music at the one that I went to there. It was just, it wasn't anything, nothing was recognizable at all. I guess I should be grateful that it didn't have rap in it, which would have totally sobered me up from my psychedelic trip. But anyway, getting back to the tree wizards, I found this tree. They had these tree wizards, and they were what you think of a wizardy guy. Looked like long flowing robes, pointy hats, and I had a conversation with them, and they told me so many secrets of the universe about how the universal laws that govern the universe. And we had this conversation for like half hour or something. And of course, I didn't have a notebook and a pen, paper to write anything down. And so I can't tell you what they told me, but it was very profound. But I was on acid, so you could say I just hallucinated these things. And there are some people that believe that hallucinogen drugs, even though it's obviously you're taking a chemical or a substance that's making you see things that aren't really in the physical, some people believe that you can get into altered states of consciousness using some of these drugs, and you can actually, like people who go on vision quests, people who go into meditation, and they sometimes they do past live regressions. They have somebody who is trained in knowing what kind of questions to ask. You can do the countdown where you go into different states, and your subconscious can really soak up things, which I think is probably interesting if you also have the acid in you, but and probably shouldn't do. But I think in a controlled environment by people who know what they're doing, they're starting to do studies with psychedelics now. They're using lower dosage of mushrooms to help people with post-traumatic stress disorder, and even to people using that instead of binge drinking on the weekends and stuff. Clonette is asking, so Leather, got any four-man escapes as of late? Any banger flashlight saves either? Um, got the only thing I'm saving lately is mice. Uh, I'm able to save mice sometimes from Garfield, right? You my friend? You my friend. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Oh, come here, baby. Come here, sweetheart. Me too. Oh, such. Oh, you're purring for me. He's so good. He's making purrs. Let's see if you can hear. He still smells good. He's not making any stinker. Do I have any new belly button? Uh, I am wearing a baby fat belly ring right now. You want to see it? Yeah, put the other thing so I could show my belly ring. Okay, let me show my belly ring. I don't want to pull this cable out. Okay, I just pulled a muscle back here. I don't want to cramp up, but this, I actually got this at a swap meet. I don't know how many years ago. I don't usually most of my belly rings I bought in bulk on the internet. Like you get free shipping if you spend $30 at Body Shop or Painful Pleasure or another company I bought from. Oh, I don't know how long ago. It was Pugster. But then they started selling mostly Italian charms for charm bracelets and stuff. Do I feed Garfield lasagna? No. Garfield gets he got salmon today. He gets Temptations treats. He likes Fancy Feast pate in little cans. He likes Friskies. He likes Nine Lives. He likes Meow Mix. He's uh he's not what you call too particular. I'm going to try to show you. Uh, uh, Anything I show you looks like a mess. You got to understand, it's hard to make anything look neat because I'm always packing. I'm always changing clothes. Oh, and the pest control is supposed to be here Tuesday. That's going to be fun. But what I want you to see is Garfield, baby, baby, baby. Uh, Sometimes I slip and I refer to him as my cat, and he's not my cat. I wish he was. He's loved by so many people, but how often do I change it? Sometimes I change it every day to match my different outfits, especially in the summertime when I'm wearing bare midriffs a lot of the times. Other times, because I usually keep one or two little jars, so I have access to them, and I always know where they are. Sometimes, though, I misplace my main jar of belly rings, and so since it tends to be in the winter time when people don't see my belly that much, I can get away with wearing something sometimes for weeks at a time just because I'm lazy. But I do have some favorites, like the dangly ones. The thing about wearing them all the time is they can get caught in things, and that can be kind of painful. So this isn't the sort of thing I necessarily want to sleep in. So I tend to like banana bars that don't have danglies because they will get caught. If you have lace and it has the slightest rip, or if you have fishnets, that will get caught. The spirals, which is what this is, they call them twisties or spirals. If you have one of these in the belly, I've had these in before. If you're wearing sweatpants, they have a drawstring that'll get caught. Happened to me once. I was walking to 7-Eleven up the street, and I had my dad's sweatpants on. I had one the ring like this, and it got caught in the thing. And I'm walking mid step, and I'm like, oh, that really wasn't good. So I've heard of some people using CBRs, but a CBR, they're not the kind of jewelry that you change all the time because it's so hard to change them. And if you don't know how to change them, I have a video that explains how to do it. But it's kind of a pain in the ass. But my favorite of the belly, it's technically called a curved barbell. My favorite ones that I can keep in for extended length of time, I have rainbow, either niobium or titanium. And instead of the top screwball that looks like just a plain surgical stainless steel, I have this rainbow. It's a big, flatter oval that is studded with a rainbow's worth of Swarovski crystals. The top bead was actually $5, and the rest of it is the rainbow titanium. And I, that's a lot for just one bead, but it's such a beautiful piece of jewelry, and it's never, the finish never came off. It's like some of that stuff is just cheap electroplate, and friction will cause them to tarnish. This, even though it's an externally threaded barbell, and those will have some kind of friction against your skin, unlike the internal threaded ones, but the internal threaded ones are always a lot more expensive. Some of this jewelry can be 20, 30, $40 for one piece. But the stuff I wear, for the most part, is very cheap. Because if you're buying it in bulk, and some of the pieces were less than $1. The most expensive jewelry I had were what I got pierced with, and when you get pierced at a licensed shop, you're paying for that. But other than that, the most expensive belly ring I ever got was my marijuana leaf thing. I have this dangly piece that I got last year, and it's for the extreme midriff, the low, the real. When I wear those skirts, they don't start till here, and the crop top is all the way up here, and you got this big dangly thing, and you can see that, which I don't think you can even wear in Wildwood. I heard because they're the same law that doesn't allow the guys to wear the sagging. I think you have a prohibition. You could only show so many inches of your midriff or something, which I think, I mean, would they fuck with me over my garter belts and stockings? But I don't really like Wildwood all that much because of the time when I went there for the record collectors convention, and I had all those kids asking me how much I charged and stuff. And I figure if I'm going to be treated like that in the middle of the summer when I'm on the boardwalk shopping at your dollar stores, and you're going to have these foul mouthed teenagers treating me like that when I was all rock and rolled out, my hair was teased up real big, big, huge, cascading purple hair, a leopard, platform, high heel shoes, fishnet stocking, and they were not nice to me. And I haven't been back there since. I wrote to the Chamber of Commerce. I wanted to write letters to the editor, but I've never had a letter to the editor ever published. I've never gotten infected. But that said, and it's interesting, I got pierced. When I got my nose pierced, I was homeless on the streets of San Francisco. When I got my tits pierced, I was homeless on the streets of San Francisco. And when you're sticking things up your nose, which I was at the time, you would think that that would not help with the healing. But guess what? Facial piercings tend to heal faster because the blood flow and stuff. This, aside from the morbid fear of rubbing up against anything and having myself ripped off, the neatest thing about getting these pierced was for the first 3 days, whenever I smoked weed, I got high in my tits. But not since. But still, I'm starting to think that maybe those piercings are overrated, though, because if you're a female, you can't just go showing them off. And any kind of piercing, or even tattoo for that matter, that nobody can see except maybe the people that you sleep with, to me, that's really impractical. Because if you can't show it off, what good is it? I don't want to have something that I've invested time and money in that I can't show off. What's the point? It just, I don't get it. It's like I'm getting this beautiful Ferrari or getting this beautiful platinum, whatever jewelry, something that's like art, but it can't be seen. Makes no sense. Nope. Nope. And I'm glad I don't have it pierced. And the story behind that is that when I first went out to California, my parents had some expectations, some family expectations. And at the time, this is when I still cared about how family feels. And they said, don't have a lot of expectations and demands, but we do. And this was, keep in mind, I was, what, 20 years old, about 21. And when you're 18, you're a lawful adult in the United States of America, right? They said, do not come home out of wedlock with a child expecting us to take care of. Number two, do not get any ink. You do either of those things, you will be disowned. Might sound kind of harsh, maybe, but guess what? I don't think you need to be an unwed parent. I don't think you need to be irresponsible, fail to use birth control, especially when you got Planned Parenthood, you have these resources, you have clinics. Even with the fact that it's not 99, it's not 100% effective, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try. It doesn't mean you shouldn't be responsible. Plus, with diseases, there's no reason why you should be getting pregnant anyway, because if you're on chemical or hormonal stuff and things are wrapped, assuming it's heterosexual stuff, there really shouldn't be any need for you to either get diseases or get pregnant. So for them to say, guess what, we're not going to take care of any bastards you bring home, that's not an unreasonable thing. And as far as the tattoo thing was, say I had decided to get tattoos from the time I was 18, let's just say. I know for a fact every single thing I would have wanted, I would have regretted. I would have gotten covered with a bunch of fading, ugly, hideous stuff that would have not helped me to get acting and modeling roles. would not have helped me to, I mean, certainly of the some of the people that I dated, it wouldn't have maybe turned off, but others, I can't say that it wouldn't have. Just like I can't lie to you and say that I haven't dated or looked at some people with some ugly art. Something that you got 30 or 40 years ago and it's faded and it looks like your child drew crayon on your arms. I'm not going to lie to you and say that I like it. I just won't say anything because I don't want to be rude. But because I listened to my parents, and don't get me wrong, I was ridiculed by a number of people when I was out there because I didn't have ink. And when they asked me, because everybody's got to ask you, why don't you have ink? Why don't you have ink? And I told them that my parents basically said I'd be disowned. But really, I would have had the stupidest stuff, the big pot leaves on my arms years before legalization. That's not safe. Wouldn't have been safe then. I would have had skulls. I would have had all the heavy metal cliches, which, okay, that's part of how I identify. But, identities do change and evolve in life. There are so many things that I would have had. I won't even get into all the things that I was going to put on me, that some of which would have inspired ass whoopings, all kinds of violence that people seem to sometimes think that they can do to people just based on the ink that's on their bodies. I would have been made ugly. It would have made me look old. It would have made me have people think that I was older than I was. I would cause me to get all kinds of old woman comments and older woman comments on my videos. Oh wait, I get some. Knock it off, by the way. You saw what I said about Linda Carter yesterday, didn't you? I'm going to reprise what I said yesterday because I think this needs to be said. Show you this lady. What do you think of her? This is Linda Carter, Wonder Woman. Now, I know we don't all agree on standards of beauty, but I would think most people would agree she is a beautiful woman, right? Check. Am I wrong? She's 72 years old. Now, if you didn't know that, would you call her an old woman? Would you call her an older woman? No, you wouldn't. I look at her, I don't think she looks older than 30. I would I would not call her anything referring to age at all. I would just say she's beautiful. Why can't you just say beautiful, pretty, nice about people? Why do you have to qualify things and call people things to make people feel bad about themselves? If you can't criticize a black man and say, why are you so dark? If you can't criticize a white person and say, why are you so white? Oh, wait a minute. People do that. Then why is it okay to make comments about how old you think a person is? Why is that okay? Because, first of all, things like age and things like color, you can't change. If I walk out of a lady's room, okay, and I'm dragging toilet paper on my heel, yes, tell me. If I have a booger coming out of my nose or I have paper tissue stuck to my nose ring, let me know. I can change that. If I put on weight, okay, people can diet. That can be changed. But if a person starts showing signs of age, what the fuck can they do about it? Especially if they can't afford Botox, if they can't afford facelifts. So you're going to go tell somebody something that's going to make them feel insecure about themselves. And then they're going to start thinking, okay, what can I do about it? So then they can start spending money, or they probably have already for years been spending money on facial products. They buy skin. They buy all kinds of skin, retinoids, vitamin C, skincare. This is full of skincare. You think I spend time and I've spent money on makeup? You think I have probably hundreds of, well, I guess that's an exaggeration, but shit ton of makeup palettes and all kinds of stuff? Think I have lots of mini skirts? You think I have whatever it is you think I have. Now, if all this skincare, that's all it does, tells me it probably doesn't do much damn bit of good. And if a person bathes in all kinds of skincare and does everything they can to protect themselves, and they stay out of the sun and they do everything right, get clean and sober, do all this stuff, and then you've got some sons of bitches that go and make comments like better looking pigs with lipstick and dresses or whatever, or making comments about older. And all you people that say things like that, you never show your faces, don't make content, and you can go say things. And it's not always just men against women. Sometimes it's other women doing this. And again, you don't show your faces. And if I was to retaliate and call you things, then next thing you know, YouTube would be up my ass. And it's really interesting that YouTube claims it cares about the mental health of creators and claims that it wants to everybody to feel safe and respected and welcome. And yet YouTube doesn't find adequate ways to stop people from harassing the creators. And without the creators, YouTube would not exist. Without people to make videos to watch, to amuse the people that want to watch content, want to learn about something, or you want to be entertained, or you want to see certain specific people, or you love animals, or whatever the hell. If not for people out making videos, YouTube would not exist. And yet, YouTube and other social media platforms claim that it wants a respectful environment where people feel safe to be themselves, even though there is no free speech. And yet, if you're a creator and you're making content, then people feel they can just say any damn thing with no repercussions, or little to no repercussions. And if you report people, certain users, all they have to do is create a brand new Gmail account, gets them a new email address, use a different phone or whatever, create an anonymous identity, go back and target certain creators and make hateful comments. And they do it repeatedly, and maybe 3 or 4 times a year, different accounts, same person. And they do that to creators. And I'm one of the people that this happens to. And because I moderate comments, I see these comments before you guys see them. Every now and then, I let certain things be posted just so you guys see the filth that's being said. And some of it is hoping actually that a bunch of people flame these people and get some retaliation going, because I would like to think that I'm not a nobody, and that if you like me and you see people that are being very, very abusive to me, that you're going to basically fuck them up the ass for me, so to speak. And I know those aren't nice words to say, but I am deliberately choosing to not say nice words, because people think that because they're invisible, faceless people and they can be keyboard warriors, they can just say whatever. And you don't have a right to do that. And as much as I believe in free speech, and I believe in, and I don't want people obviously fighting in the chat rooms and stuff, there's things that will not stand, and I won't put up with it. And wait a minute, what Danielle do you want to be banned? Because there's a Danielle who's a friend of mine, and I'm not banning. So, and uh, and first of all, you're telling me to ban somebody from the chat room. Clonette, is this your channel? Are you an administrator, or do you own me? Are you my husband, my lover, my mother, my father? What? I don't believe you are. So, if anybody bans anybody, I will do the banning. Okay. But now I want to see which Danielle you're talking about, because I have a friend who's named Danielle, and she's probably in this chat room, and she's my friend. And if anything, I should let her kick people off. If that's Danielle, I know she's my friend. I'm trying to read some of the other comments, and I'm trying to scroll. here to see who's saying something. Oh, here's the thing. Do I have a cat yet? Well, I don't. Well, I right now am in possession of a cat. That is not technically my cat, but this is Garfield. So, Garfield, hey, Garfield. I really did sleep earlier. You'd never know it. Baby, baby, baby cat. Oh, the baby cat. Baby. Oh, wow, it's only 10:11 at night. I thought it was almost 2 o'clock. It's not nearly as late as I thought it was. Okay. Hello, baby. Oh, he's purring. Oh, such a good boy. He's such a good boy. Baby. Mm-hmm. He is big. He's oh, do. Mm, you do the huge purr. Such a good boy. And you got num nums. You like your num nums. Of course, I have my. Ooh, this is not good. This is almost dangling in the water. That's the. Sure that dry. Where's it going? Where you going? Oh my baby. Oh baby. Such a good. I love you. Oh. Mom. He's shaking. Oh, I remember a time once. Okay. Oh, he's very delicate with you. Oh, no, you got scabies on you. Oh, got scabs. Uh, you know what? I should see if I can clean that off some. I don't want to sting him. You know, I wish I had something that was antibacterial but didn't cause pain so I can touch the cat where he's got little scabies. You know, who knows if he might sometimes get into scuffles with other tomcats or something. He's got some that he's friendly with and others that don't seem to like him. There's this real beautiful kitty I would like to show you, the heart-nosed cat. It's a boy kitty that is fixed and has white with a black heart. The nose is white and the heart is black. And other than that, he's got some black and some white. I think he's might be. I don't remember if he's. Oh yeah, he's some kind of tabby, and he's kind of got longish hair. He's real cuddly. Uh yeah, that's Tiger. Oh, that tiger. Oh, that tiger. Oh, I got a mini me. You seen my mini me? I have I have a robe like that. It's got the stars and the moons on it and stuff. It's actually a pajama shirt that I use as a robe. But see, he's got his Got his magic wand. He's got his magic wand. Got this. Isn't this beautiful? I forged this myself. And guess what? Well, I think I showed you this in my live stream yesterday. My same buddy that sold me the little kitty treats, he sold me these Exacto blades. Isn't this a nice blade set? I could use that maybe to carve this. I've been working on this for so long, and you sand this for the longest time. I was thinking of carving runes into this, and then you see, not everything from Delaware is the Biden family, okay? The crime syndicate. There are some good people from Delaware, like, but now this, you got to sand this with all these different grits of sandpaper. And this was forged in a flame, but it probably could, and you're hitting it with this hammer and making sure that the uh, this air is being forced into the fire, and you're heating this metal rod, and you banging it, and it rainbows. And then, but you have to sand it with all these different grits of sandpaper. And this is copper or brass, and it was so this is very old. You know what I like about Delaware? No sales tax. I'm thinking, since I'm in the market to get this used school bus, if I say buy it in Delaware, but then again, not having a driver's license, I would probably be good to get the driver's license first. Buy it in Delaware, but the thing is, you need more than just a basic driver's license to be able to drive a school bus, even if you want to convert it into an RV. There's a certain kind of registration that gives you additional protection. Say you're parked, and even if your keys are not in the ignition, but say I chose to have a bar in because I wanted to entertain some of my friends that wanted to drink beers or wine or something. I wouldn't want the cops to accuse us of drinking and driving, but if it's classified, registered as an RV, then you can be parked and you can entertain, and people can have their drinks, and nobody can get a DUI. And I think that may give you some protection for when you're smoking weed too. Cast a protection spell. The duende is reaching for the knife. I don't see. I don't know what to take seriously. What you guys are saying. That said, for protection, you see this? I've had this for a long time. This was in my altar. I often had, one time I had a bedroom that I made out of a little walk in closet that had two doors. And this is when two older gentlemen from Texas had taken me in off the street after a home invasion robbery, and I gave me a nice place to live for 6 years in Hollywood. And anyway, I had this room. It was small enough, it was big enough to have a bed. Uh, and you know how in closets there's a clothes pole where the clothes hang up, and then there's a shelf on top of it? Well, I could stand on my bed. I could use the shelf, use my altar, okay? And it seemed to attract uh, spiders, incidentally. And I thought that was interesting because you would think that the incenses would bother critters, but it didn't bother them. But anyway, my altar was there. I could stand and I could cast a total circle. One of the things I like to use to cast a circle was arrowhead because they hold them in your hand and they don't have to extend much past your fingers. So if you don't have a lot of room that uh, a blade or a sword or something, you couldn't cast a whole circle without scratching against your walls. Arrowheads are great. You can find them throughout the Southwest, especially if you find any attraction to American Indian spirituality, shamanism, whatever. I incorporate a lot of different cultural traditions into my stuff just because I've studied a lot of different stuff. I really love the Hindu pantheon. I love Norse pantheon. Going back to when in grade school they would talk about the mythology, and we didn't realize, you didn't stop and think that what we call mythology, people is real to them is the Christians who believe in Jesus and the YHVH God instead of whole different name gods, things that are normal to people in whatever their culture is. Think about what it was thousands of years ago, tens of thousands of years ago, 100,000 years ago. Those the people that were into that Venus of Willendorf, those early, uh, I guess, natural spirituality. Uh, I wonder what I'm getting from Amazon. And I don't want to be. I don't want to surprise women. But oh, 1,000 bucks. I should say 1,000 bucks after taxes, because taxes are a bitch. This is actually from a little magnet from dollar store from years ago. I've always liked Ben Franklin, but what's really meaningful here, things like this. They said that I could put up to a marker that extends 6 inches from the ground, which really isn't very big. But and some people actually have cat and dog statues over their pet graves and stuff. But then they can be vulnerable to vandalism, and I really don't want to be here much longer. Even after I come back from the chores that I have to do in LA, which I plan on filming stuff, I don't want to be here much longer. And then when I finally do move out of here, then I will have some videos that I made private. I really would like to show again, but because they are about certain situations that I don't want to attract the attention of the people that these situations involve, because I have to think about personal safety of me and my family, even though one of my family members, frankly, I don't care his personal safety, he take care of himself. But I worry about my mother and I worry about myself. And I know that anybody's beef with me is probably just the fact that I am a talking head on YouTube and I truth and some people don't like that. But if people weren't such fucknuts to some people, I wouldn't have reason to wrong necks. If there was more loving people as less than, and emotionally abused as they're poor or they're homeless, like so much attitudes, so many people get treated. When I was walking on the boardwalk this morning, I saw security truck and I threw out some homeless handling lady, and that didn't bother me because she's kind of one of the thorns in my side when I'm out playing my guitar. Because when you're out playing music and you get these panhandlers and they hang out in front of the casinos or they come to the casino and people are going in and out of the casino and they don't want to be bothered by these people that $1, got a cigarette, and they'll be like some kind of balkan, like what are those creatures that you punch them and they rock back and forth and you punch them and they never punch them down, but they're humans and they're walking around and they're mentally fucked up and probably drunk. And even this lady, she's really muscled. She's a white chick that's really tan because she's outside all the time. And she's either drunk or, but she's a panhandler and she tried to take money out of my hat one time when I was playing guitar near Hard Rock. I got 4 days in front of Hard Rock. Security kicked me away from there and I had to be at Ocean. And now the cops are really bothering people again about not having mercantile fucking cop. I had my guitar, was looking for a place to play because we have some of these nice sunny days, even though the wind's no good. And we had two really nice days. Unfortunately, I didn't get out for either one of those days because I had responsibilities at home. Some of it was film, some of it was uh, bringing food into the house, some of it was just, you can't always go out even when you want to. And but when the cops are threatening to give people tickets just because they're playing guitar on the street. Oh, now Wi-Fi magic. I once learned something about, say you're having computer issues, and now I'm the last person to be helping anybody for any computer things. That's one of the banes of my existence is tech issues. But I remember when I would be able to take, those real little amethyst pieces, the amethyst crystals. You could take four of them that can symbolize either north, south, east, or west, or uh, elemental forces, and you put them in four, not touching the computer, because you really don't want to use either magnets or crystals touching computers if you think it might interfere with, you don't want to demagnetize your hard drive or anything like that, even though crystals vibrate. But you can use them at the edges of your computer if it's slow or the computer's freezing. And I've had success with them helping the computer to work better. I've had success with one time I was on a Greyhound bus and it broke down just outside of Memphis, Tennessee. And I had a mojo bag with me with a selection of crystals. It wasn't a whole lot of them, but it was enough to do some things. And we were pulled over by the side of the road. People were smoking cigarettes and stretching their legs. And I was trying to not be real obvious about what I was doing because, after all, it is the Bible Belt, and I'm guessing that most of the pastors are probably pretty strict Christian people. But I had met another witch person who I actually I met in the South when I was traveling that year. I was coming back and forth from Los Angeles to Atlantic City. That was what I was doing. I don't remember whether I was coming or whether I was going. But anyway, the bus had broken down, and we only had 10 miles to go before we were going to go to the bus stop. So it wasn't like we were out in the middle of nowhere. But the driver always radios ahead for a replacement bus to pick us up if he couldn't turn the engines and get him kick over. So I discreetly took one of my crystals and I did a walk around the bus, and it was a little crystal, so it wasn't like I was holding. I mean, because you can't imagine. First of all, you can't legally travel with this knife inside your carry-on bag. I did once, but I had it wrapped up in something, and my reasoning was, you have to be a fucking idiot to realize that this is not a street defense weapon, that this is a magical weapon. That said, I'm sure that if a bear or a tiger or a lion or something, well, not tigers, I ain't gonna kill any tigers, but if something was gonna leap at me, I imagine I could cut their throat with it, or I could protect myself. And I could try to sharpen this and make it more, but it's for other things. But I'm not saying it couldn't, Or I guess if a bad guy fell on me on this, he could probably hurt himself bad. But this is for casting circles and all kinds of stuff like that. But it's, I made it. It's really. I'm trying to think of how I made this. I'm trying to remember if it's before 9/11. Yes. So this is. I'm guessing this was made in the 90s. That's how long I've had this. There's only another one that is similar to it that I made this, and this other chick who I'm no longer friends with made hers, and we knew this husband and wife. The woman was a farmer and was a lady, and she was married to a man who was a police officer. And they lived on a farm. They've since divorced. but she grew all kinds of organic plants and stuff. And he had this forge, and he taught us how to make knives. And so that's the story behind this. Do I know of the craft? No, never heard of it. You mean craft foods, right? Why do they make it so much noise? I'm going to open my window. I'm not going to yell at them. I'm just going to. Some silly nut job guy, white or Spanish guy, walking a bicycle, and he's singing some kind of silly thing, and he's walking down, and he's all happy, and he's probably two sheets to the wind. You know, if you're happy, you can be on whatever. As long as you're happy, you're not hurting anybody, you're not being noisy, and again, not keeping people from sleeping and stuff. I'm surprised it's only 10:33 p.m. It's not late at all. It's been a long day for me, but when you're afraid to sleep because you're getting cramps all the time and stuff, I don't know why I'm cramping up so much. Sucks so much. But you know what? I think I'm going to bring the fan in here because I think they're being too noisy. Oh, plus I get to cool off a little bit. I think that would be nice. There, I hope that's not messing with the audio too much. I'll try to be a little bit louder. The fan is right here, as you can. And Garfield is back under my closet, being a good boy. He's such a good boy. I'm really impressed with how he's settled into the first couple of times I brought him in the house. I was really nervous about, since there's no litter box in here, and I don't know much about his his bathroom habits, or if he, I would like to imagine that he has used litter boxes when he lived in people's homes. If what I heard about him is true, and he has had people living with him indoors and stuff. Okay, this looks like it's really important. Mr. Gamer 92 says, my mother is ill, and the last resort to try to make her get better is that someone experienced in the craft catch a Roblox spell. Um, okay, now I have heard of Roblox. For the longest time, I didn't know what it was. At first, I thought it was a children's game. Then I thought it was a video game. Then I heard there's this thing called Robux, which I'm not sure if that's something to do with. Sometimes I heard there's these in-game purchases that you can buy. Like people buy virtual things like to trick out their video games or something, which I never understood spending money on things like that. I thought that I would think that would just be wasteful. But that said, if you need a healing from your mother, um I don't understand what that has to do with Roblox. I would think if your mother, you're talking about a real flesh and blood human being, and she has a health issue, I don't know how video games have anything to do with this. That said, maybe I'm showing my ignorance because I don't know about Roblox or Robux or any of this stuff. When I think of video games, I think of Space Invaders, Pac-Man, uh, Tetris, Centipede, old school games that I enjoyed. And I bet my mother's going to open that door. But if you are in need of a healing spell, one of the things you can do, that in the About Me section of my YouTube channel, there shows an email address. It says for business, whatever. You can contact me via that email address. You can also find me on Facebook. Leathur Rokk is my name. That's where I am on any social media where I don't feel I need to be anonymous. The only place I was ever anonymous was the Sanguinomicon and the Sanguinarium forums for obvious reasons. But because that's still very misunderstood. And the some of the political things where you want to be in a anonymous thing, like what was that Republican thing? I felt bullied off that platform because I admitted I was pro-choice, and they didn't want to hear that. My low battery thing just went on, so again, I'm going to pull the light, and I am going to plug my electric back in. I want to make sure that that plug doesn't have any water from the water bowl on it, because we know electricity and water don't mix. Dirty and strong. I don't want to go. I always did want to make a sparkle and a splash out of light, not like that. Oh, let's see if I'm charging. Oh, this part of the here. Okay. Let me see if it says it's plugged in. This my electrical outlet sometimes it doesn't charge unless I play with the electric, which obviously isn't a good thing. Okay, it says it's plugged in. All right. I'll be all right. Now, you know what? I lost my train of thought now. I think I'm going to wash my hands. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Anyway, let's get back to the healing for your mother. If that is a real issue that you're going through, I really don't need a whole lot of information now. If you want to, you can email me a picture of her because it would help if I had some kind of a contact link. I don't need a piece of her hair or a piece of her hemline or anything physical. But if I had a picture, you know how like you can picture your parent in your mind's eye, or you can picture your favorite celebrity or people you have a crush. And so if you visualize them, you could see their face in your mind. You don't need a contact link. You can just use a picture, either a physical picture that you look at, and then if I look at a picture, if I stare at it long enough, then I can imprint it in my mind, and then I can concentrate on sending energies to that person. You don't need a physical link to do that, as long as you have a picture, because physical links, yes, there's the physical contact thing, but the visualization is the most important, because the biggest, most important tool is what we already have, our consciousness. And it's all a matter of raising energies and directing it. And there's lots of ways to build up energies and lots of ways to generate them. And you can use the planets. I love working with planetary energies because every day of the week has its own planetary ruler. And planets specialize and govern certain things, that they have spheres of influence. And I like to use the sun is really great for healing. And as a matter of fact, I have ink. It's a yellow colored ink that you can put on a piece of parchment that you can write the intention, put that under a candle, you different oils corresponding to the planet that you're using that have healing associations. You anoint the candle with them. Again, things to help focus, generate the energies. Now, I'm not saying these things are foolproof. I obviously burn candles for my father, don't have them anymore. Things are not foolproof, but things can definitely help. And it doesn't matter what the distance is. When, okay, we lost the Queen of England. The king consort, her husband, Prince Philip, one time he came down with a bladder infection, and we get the news about the health of the world leaders and stuff. And I saw on the news that the guy had cystitis or bladder infection or whatever. And I just got a piece of parchment out and I wrote in dove's blood ink, is what I used, and just a basic intention for healing. And I got a yellow candle out, or maybe just a white candle, whatever. Put some High John the Conqueror oil on that. Carved his name near Prince Philip, and he got cured from that bout of bladder infection. And bladder infections are no fun. And man, it's worse, especially if you got to do the surgery where they enlarge a guy's urethra. That's having it done to a woman's bad enough. Having it done to a man can't be a walk in the park. Half you guys are probably clutching yourselves. I apologize. No, I don't apologize. But anyway, bottom line is things can be done. And it can be as simple or as complex as you want. And like if I'm on the road and I don't have a whole bunch of tools, you don't need a whole lot of tools, but tools are fun. Like, did you know that the Italian witches, they wanted to be discreet because a lot of the witches also were within the in a Catholic, a very Christian environment, and you have to be low profile. And say you visit a sick relative in a hospital, you can't bring a lot of big, obvious witchcraft items. They would make a little kit to sneak in past security. It had a thimble, had a needle. You use a needle like you use a ritual blade, cast a spell. You can use a thimble as your chalice. You have all these tiny little things that look like just sewing implements or whatever, but are used as tools. That's something that you can do because you want small things that are portable. If you read runes or tarot, they're cards, they don't weigh a lot. Runes can be stones, or they can be like playing cards or business cards. And that's something I really enjoy working with, the Elder Futhark runes. When I was in San Francisco, I started off reading tarot cards because I was reading tarot cards to support myself when I was on tour with the Grateful Dead. They had the Grateful Dead bears, and you color them in, and I wish I still had them. Uh, but they started blowing away when I was in San Francisco. I was in a car, somebody's car, I don't know whose it was, and the windows were rolled down, and there's a fair amount of wind in San Francisco, and the cards started blowing away. And once you miss tarot cards, you can't read from an incomplete deck. The only time you can read from an incomplete deck is if you only have the major arcana and no minor arcana. Then you can just do a reading with just those basic cards. But generally speaking, you want to have a full deck. And the only time you can have, like, say you have one missing card, is if you know the card that's missing and you have a card stock that's the exact same shape and size, and then you could recreate, say it's a surfer, which in my case, I have a deck, Voyager Tarot deck, that I have lost my surfer card. And that was one of the last times I drank alcohol. I lost it in the VIP lounge of Tropicana, the Diamond Club. I lost that card. I still need to contact the company, James Wanless. I hope he's still alive. I'm not sure that he is. He is the inventor of the Voyager Tarot and whatever the name of the company. But I have a feeling if I write to them, they'll replace the card. because that's the one thing that's preventing me from using it to read. And so since I got sober, I have not read from that deck. Okay. Okay, Clonette, I'm continuing to read these things. Um, okay, I want to see. Now, I don't know why I'm having a hard time scrolling up. I should be able to use this and scroll up and see what you guys have been saying in the chat. And I'm having a problem doing that. I don't understand why. I've never had a problem scrolling up before. Do you guys have any idea why I wouldn't be able to scroll up? It will, part of these, I have this trackpad, which, I can't scroll up to see what you guys said in the chat. I don't understand. You know what? Wait a minute. All right. All right. I said, Leather, a dear friend of mine, is going through some tough times. I think he's thinking about stopping everything anyway. Please send your best wishes and mental spells to friend Wilbur Suit. Let me write that down. Anything important like that, names, because I can take names and I can put them on my altar. I certainly don't mind. I used to do something just to trip Christians out. There'd be sometimes these live streams where people would have these prayer live streams and people would give all their intentions. I would take notes and write down names and what they're praying for. And I would actually do healings for people. And then, so they think they're getting their prayers answered. And hey, I'm not gonna, I don't want to down the pissing the cornflakes, raining your parade. That's not why I was put on life to do. But if a person is suffering and they need a healing or they need something or they need a miracle, if I even thought I could help them out, it's like, why wouldn't you help somebody out if you could? It's like when that guy showed up in the rain with his feet totally wet. His sneakers were soaking. He was cold. He was hungry. He was cold. And he showed up and he wanted sneakers. And I found, luckily, those sneakers and I gave it to him. And it's like, why wouldn't you? If a person is uncomfortable, why would you not help them? Alchemy, that is something that people have been fascinated by for years. Uh, have you heard of the Rosicrucians? AMORC. It's a fraternal organization of people who study philosophy and metaphysics, and people of all walks of life take these courses and they really study metaphysics real hardcore. And they actually have this thing called the Council of Solace, and it meets every day between what 12:30, 12:15 noon, 12, sometime around that time, California time. And you meet, I don't know if some of them meet physically, most of them meet on the astral, but you don't need to be a part of it. You can choose to tune in harmoniously with them and support the great work. And it's all about, you can come to them when you have some need. A lot of times it's healings, or say a person suffered a job loss or a catastrophic thing. They think they're about to be homeless, or something big, or they're worried about their kids being overseas, or any of a number of positive things. They won't help you do something evil. They won't help you win the lottery or something, but for things where there is a genuine, compelling need, and you're not trying to send negativity to harm anybody. They won't do anything like that, and I won't either. Revenge is a different story, but no, they don't do revenge stuff. But it is something that you can align yourself with, and you don't have to be a practicing Rosicrucian. I've never studied with the Rosicrucians. I considered it when I was living in San Francisco. I actually was lucky to have been able to rub elbows with some people affiliated with. Have you heard of Temple of Psychic Youth? If you're familiar with chaos magic, there's a guy who I don't think I met him, but I knew of him. His name was Genesis P. Orridge. And there was somebody else whose name I don't remember because a lot of brain cells ago, I'm sure I wrote about it in my journals, but there are people, they had this thing called Psychic TV, Temple of Psychic Youth, and it's of, not spelled OF, but OV. And it was a real exciting time. There was books by Anton Osman Spare and Peter J. Carroll, and others, and you learn about sigils and servitors, and it's a kind of magic that I find very exciting because it's a sort of thing. It's not generally the first magical tech you learn. It's generally key to people who have learned a whole bunch of different systems, cultural things from different religions, say Native American, American Indian, shamanism, uh, some of the mysticism from various cultural traditions, Kabbalah, just and drawing from all these different things. And say you want to help a certain person. One of the things I like to do, say I want to help a person who is say she's Mexican and she's a devout Catholic and she loves the Virgin Mary, and say she's sick and I want to help her. Now, sometimes it's not safe to admit that you're helping somebody, especially if they hate witchcraft and they think that it's all demonic and stuff. And you don't want to scare them, but yet you want to help them. And I still think if the person you love's on fire, you should have every right to put the fire out, even if they don't ask you to, because you don't let people suffer. And then some people may say that that's their karmic path. I don't think that that's for us to decide that that must be okay for them to suffer. You still need to alleviate suffering every way that you can. So anyway, say you want to help this lady. I will go to a store and I will get maybe one of those big candles in glass that has the Mary on it, and maybe the Virgin of Guadalupe if she's Mexican, say, because they do love that. That's a patron saint of Spanish people, Mexicans, and I guess maybe illegal aliens, even though I think there's actually a different patron saint they have for that. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this thing. But anyway, you can get a candle corresponding to that thing that they believe in, or maybe it's a Jesus candle or whatever. And you can light that and you can anoint it with your things and you can still do your magic, but because it maybe is a closer link to that person, especially if you don't always have a name or a face, and you're thinking this is a system that they would relate to. And even though you don't believe in that system, their religion or whatever, but it's a system that they relate to, and you're doing this healing for them. And it's not about you, it's about them. So you will do something maybe that they would relate to more. And even though they will probably never know that you're doing this for them. But is a way that I like to, one of many ways that I like to do a healing that is harmonious, maybe more harmonious with their cultures. And it's fun too, because it gives you a chance to experience and share with some other cultures and incorporate things into a multicultural experience. And I don't mean in the America's a melting pot way, but in a way that helps you to relate to people that are different from you. And why you don't have to lose yourself, you don't have to turn into that other person, you don't have to change cultures, but you can, even just for the purpose of the working, I want to help identify with you to be close to you so that I can help you. Maybe you can receive the healing easier if you feel you're not alienated because, I don't want to get something from a big bad witch. But if she's using some imagery that I feel comfortable with. Maybe it will help. And if it helps, why not? Now I just want to help. Okay, I'm reading the clarification on the Roblox thing. Okay, good. I'm scrolling down. Mr. Gamer 92 says, I heard Bombaclat crystals are really good for powering up Conjurer auras. Uh, I'm going, I'm gonna write that down and research that because that actually does not sound familiar to me, but that's just because something does not sound familiar to me doesn't mean that I shouldn't find out about it to satisfy my curiosity, because I'm open to learning new tech. And if you guys can tell me things, um, okay, you said your friend's going through some really rough times. You think he is thinking about stopping everything. Are you talking about like suicide? You're afraid he's suicidal? I think I can definitely help with that because I know some depressed people and I sure don't want to encourage anybody to go with a feeling where they're in so much despair that they do what can't be reversed. So I will definitely do something for your friend and Wilbur suit. Okay. Shug jug. I don't know what the hell that is. Try and read the rest of this. Okay, Daniel, this is very profound, your statement here. I'm going to read what she says. The only way to grow is to face challenges that seem beyond your strength. The struggle is real. So, are you telling me that I need to work on my ability to change my guitar strings because I have still having problems with that? Because, okay, you guys ever watch the Weather Channel, those trucker shows where they're up in Canada, and whenever a truck is falling on its side, and the wrecking crews, well, they're not wrecking crews, but they're righting the trucks, and they have these big, strong cables, and they hook onto the truck, and they set them up, and they pull them, and they have it balanced in just the right way. And sometimes the cables snap, and you got to make sure that the men are nowhere around there because they can take your head off. Well, imagine a guitar string breaks, right? And your face gets near it. That isn't good. I mean, I wonder if people have ever got their eyeballs slashed by guitar string breaking. But I'm very proud of myself. I play sometimes here, but I don't want to fucking get a ticket. You got some out of control cops. Oh, why? Again, what did I ever do that deserves $1,000 fine? Tell me. Especially since I quit drinking. What the fuck did I do? The only thing I could think of in my life that may have deserved $1,000 fine was that time I was speeding real fast in my car going to San Francisco. But statute of limitations. You can't fuck with me about that. I'm gonna put this back. I'm sweating. I hope that fan's not making it too loud. But the thing is, when it's cold outside, the heat cranks up, and that's good. Some years, I think they're so worried about the cost of the heating that it was kind of too cold. But I'm always, with all these clothing changes I'm doing, I think that's making me put up a sweat because I am working, and frankly, I don't mind washing things like this because this will drip dry real fast because it's just lace. And this, it's the knit stuff that's so hard to wash, you know. And I'm struggling to decide what to pack for the LA trip because the weather, how it feels depends on how long you're out there. Even a place as hot and sunny as Southern California, if you're out in the elements for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, if there's any kind of humidity and fog or anything, even in LA, if you're by the ocean, say you're at Venice Beach and you're hanging out on the beach or maybe sleeping on the beach, which I don't know if people are getting away with that or not, you're going to want a sweater or a jacket or something, even in the summertime. Or, well, actually, maybe not. It depends. But I have to figure out some of what I'm going to pack. And as far as jackets go, I don't know. I would always go with my short leather jacket. My short leather jacket finally got so many rips in it. I finally actually threw it in the trash a couple years ago. That's what I would have brought with me. So, oh, Garfield's drinking water. Oh, look, I want you to see Garfield's drinking water and eating food. Yes, little baby Garfield. You drinking water? Show everybody your pretty face. Show everybody your pretty face. Oh, no. Please show everybody your butt. Cat ass. Cat ass. Come here. Garfield, come here. Garfield. Oh. Heck, I'd be happy to just get the clothes off my damn bed so I had room to stretch out. I have not been able, the only time recently I've gotten, and it hasn't been recent. The only time I get to stretch out on a bed is when it's not my own bed because I got so much crap on my bed that I need to wash and put away. And yeah, and I've been getting rid of some. I gave away some more clothes a couple of days ago that either were not small enough really, or I didn't really love. And oh, look, I got a big kitty. I'll take my bracelets off so I don't hurt him. I'm sure it doesn't feel good to a kitty, right? He's so good. He's such a good boy. Oh, kitty, kitty, kitty. Papa Fuzzy, you're from Uganda? Wow. I have a friend who lives in Liberia, in the town of Monrovia. And I've been friends with him since Google Plus. And when I finally migrated to Facebook, when I felt that I didn't have any choice, he was there. And I love having friends live all over the world. One of the things I like about Liberia is they actually issued a postage stamp uh, with President George W. Bush's face. And I'm a stamp collector, and I'm also a fan of President Bush. And so I got the stamp, and I never knew that I would end up making a friend that lived in Monrovia, Liberia. Meh. Hmm? I love you. Kiss, kiss. Mm, kiss. Meow. Yes. You want to talk about it? Meow. Oh, you're not upset with me, are you? Hmm? What's up? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What's up, baby? Baby, 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 baby. You're not a believer? No? Oh, just want somebody you love. Oh, I don't want too much. Somebody to love. Somebody to love. I love you. Oh, he's growling at me. My favorite tarot card. I really love the Voyager deck. I wish I knew where it was. If I have them in one of these chest of drawers here, I took most of the things out of these little chest of drawer cabinet here because mice got in and they started chewing up little napkins and things, and I don't want to dig through and find out that there's mouse turds and stuff. But what I like about the Voyager Tarot deck is that it shows a lot of Photoshop collages of quartz crystals, uh, pictures of our planetary, our solar system, uh, pictures of beautiful people from all over the world. It hit me on such a level the first time I saw this deck. I was living in Los Angeles and I was twice a week. They had there's all these computer labs, not just in libraries but in different community centers, that you can go and you could get internet time. And sometimes there'd be ladies night, where you could literally be on the internet in front of your own computer for like a 6 hour block of time. And if you don't have home internet access, or you don't necessarily even have a home, a 6 hour block of internet time is pretty groovy. What you doing? What you doing? Excuse me. Oh, what you doing? Ow, I got it. Anyway, where was I? So while I was going to one of these computer access places for a ladies' night, another chick who I only knew as somebody that went there to use computers, she asked me for a reading. And we used to smoke weed in her Cadillac, okay? She hands me this tarot deck I had never seen before. Hey, 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 what you doing? What you doing? Hello? Hello? What you doing? So she hands me this tarot deck I'd never seen before in my life. She asked me for a reading. And usually people, a lot of times they ask for readings, they give you some kind of an idea of if they have a concern, or they might ask a question, or just give you a little something to go by. She just said, give me a reading. She didn't tell me that she had something on her mind. She was not somebody that I knew so well that I had a psychic connection with. She was a pot smoking girly friend of mine that we smoked weed, and we went to this place, and she got on a computer and I got on a computer, and I don't know what she did on her computer, because I was doing whatever the fuck it was I was doing. It was before we had social networks, so there was no big public forum that I could talk to, aside from they had something called Yahoo groups and Yahoo clubs. But other than that, there wasn't, and they had message boards. They had actors' message boards that if you are in show business, you could talk to people that are in your industry. They had things for waitresses, they had things for people in the corporate world, and you could go and talk to people in your line of work, and they were relatively private, so you didn't have to worry about people who didn't need to know what we were discussing, finding secrets about the industry or about the whatever. People could talk shop. And anyway, she plops this deck in my hand. I look at these images. They were very beautiful, very, all basically about the natural world. And if you love quartz crystals, all the stones, if you love stones, the deck will resonate with you. And the pictures are just beautiful. If you like, big, huge images of the planets in our solar system, Saturn with its big, beautiful rings, Mars, Sun with its beautiful sunspots jetting out, the images of uh, so just the stars and all that stuff. If you like these things, it will really rock your socks. Or you might see a collage, Photoshop collage of like a volcano and this and that. It has the imagery that will correspond with the major arcana and all the, what we know about tarot cards. So there are a few things that will have a similarity that will say tarot to you, such as the major arcana or what we know the major arcana to be. But other than that, there may be some, and I'm sure there are some differences, but this deck, all I know is for me, it was intuitive. I was spouting whatever the fuck it was I said to her. She was happy with what I had to say. What it was about, I have no idea because this was enough many years ago. It was before 9/11. Okay. And when you realize how long ago 9/11 is now, I tend to look at 9/11 like it was less than 15 years ago. And we know that's not true if we do the math. And I'd rather not do the math. Thank you. I don't want to think about how much time has passed for every reason you can think of. When I go back to California and people haven't seen me literally since 2006, I don't want them to look at me and think how many years it's been. At least I don't want them to think I look old, put that way. But anyway, she liked the reading I gave her. And I said, oh, this is going to be the deck I'm going to get. And so I told my mother I wanted this deck, and she got it for me one Christmas. And one of the books to go with it, I think, is here. Let me see. This is a bookshelf, if you didn't know that. Oh, by the way, I don't know why I'm showing you this, but this is a book that I have that I really wouldn't mind reading it. I never read it yet because when I got it in Washington, D.C., and I forget why I didn't get around to reading it. I didn't get around to reading it. I can't, I guess I can't find that book. It was a book written by the same guy that designed the Voyager Tarot, and that's why I wanted to get it. Got all kinds of groovy books here. The ones I think you guys would be more interested in, if you are interested in any of this stuff, are the books I have here. I don't want to move these stuffed animals because this one makes noise and I don't want to run the battery out. But I've got Northern Mysteries and Magic here. I've got the White Goddess here. I've got some Wayne Dyer books. I've got some Hare Krishna books. I've got I don't want to fuck with the stack, but anyway, I put them there because I thought I was going to sell them. And at one point, I thought somebody did express interest in taking them off my hands, but she never brought it up again. And I think maybe she asked me what I wanted for them. And I didn't want to really quote a price because I don't want to be greedy and take a bunch of money off of people. But on the other hand, I hate to think of what shipping costs would be for something like that. It would be so much easier if a person was close enough that I could actually hand deliver it to them or something. Or if I knew that I was traveling and I was headed their way, I could drop it off. Because I would really like to divest myself of some of my possessions just simply because I can't have all this stuff. I still would like to sell this railroad crossing line. A couple of weeks ago, somebody expressed interest in buying it. I definitely would be willing to sell it. I mean, I love it, don't get me wrong, but it is a little bit on the heavy side as far as the portability factor. Which is to say, it's really not heavy, honestly, but not the sort of thing you want to walk across the country carrying. I gotta stand in front of this fan. Oh, cool me off. One. Okay. If I film another video tonight, it give me an excuse to wear maybe a tube top or something because I'm really sweating. No, after I get off this live stream, I think I'm going to put TLC on and I'm going to catch up on the 90-day fiance thing because that's what is going on right now. But I have it on DVR because I can always watch it later if I tape things. Uh, oh, thank you for what you said about the makeup. One thing I noticed there's friction with the braids and they rub up against my eyebrows and I fucking hate it when that happens. Okay, I'm trying to read the chat here. See, half of what you guys say, I can't tell if you're joking or not. Like when you talk about being chained up by your father and stuff, that sounds like you're and I can't tell when people are being sarcastic and typing things. Okay, Mr. Gamer 92 says, "Hey Leather, have you ever heard about Yoshikage? Yo, I'm probably butchering this. Yoshikage Kira. He's an ancient conjurer from Japan's Edo period. Edo. I'm sure I'm screwing that up too. He was capable of conjuring highly destructive explosive spells. Well, I'm sure, lots of people that are willing to do certain things. I watch what I would even do. Like some chaos magicians will get are really big into creating servitors and things, and I don't create servitors because they naturally mutate. And say you create an entity and you release it out onto the world, if it mutates, its initial purpose it can go and do its own thing, and they can go rogue, and they're fed by energy. And when they go rogue, unless you create them with a specific lifespan and that can't be extended so that as they mutate, they can't go on to do destructive things. Anything you create and you leash out, it's like if, say, you worked in a lab that was making viruses, you make this new thing and you unleash it out in the world. And once you've let it go, it can do all kinds of destructive things, whatever. And because you created it and you unleashed it, you are technically morally responsible. I would rather not create something that I am then responsible for that can harm the outer. And sometimes people do that by giving birth to a child that's a person. Tell that to the parents of Jeffrey, for instance, or any terrible, terrible, terrible person. I'm sure the parents feel pretty bad about what they did, because I don't think anybody would knowingly unleash something that evil. You fail me says, will I do a live stream with no makeup on? No, I won't. Any more than I would do a live stream with no clothes on. Okay? So now that we've got that settled, um, clothes are overrated. Um, Mike Bowser, he's a homosexual and his parents threaten to kick him out of the house if he doesn't change. Could you chant so long, gay Bowser, a few times to rid him of his homosexuality? First of all, you were born the way you're born, and that's it. Now, on the subject of human sexuality, it can be in flux. Some people, they think they're one uh, oriented in one way, and life shows them that they are more than just that. It can be in flux. Then a couple of decades later, they can realize that maybe they were just curious, and they can. But it's a thing that for some people, it does not remain a consistent one identity throughout their life. I have known people, especially when I lived in San Francisco and when I lived in Los Angeles, whose parents did throw them out because they were either lesbian or gay, or maybe they identified as transgender, and they were literally thrown out of their homes. Some of them when they were young teenagers. Can you imagine if you've never known a life without a home? You have a mother and father that you think loves you. You have a roof. You have a bed. You can go to school. You can play video games. You have plants. You have pets. And all of a sudden, your parents find out something that they find so repugnant that is against their religion. Or maybe they're so afraid that because who you revealed yourself to be is something that their holy book says is so egregious that you shouldn't even live. That when God finds out, he's going to throw you in that lake of fire forever because, oh my God, the sin of having impulses to love your same gender. And for that, some people think that that's the worst, disgusting thing in the world, and their parents throw them out. And this child who has never been on the street before, all of a sudden it's cold, they have a backpack or maybe the clothes on their back, and you don't know where they're going to get food, and you don't know where they're going to sleep at night. And maybe they've never been on the street, and maybe they're too young to get a job, and maybe they're trying to find work, and maybe people take advantage of them and they end up raped, and they end up feel that they're forced to do sex work, or they get exploited in other ways. There is a slave labor market, and there is, they call it white slavery, and there is child labor and things that go on, and people who prey on vulnerable people. And meanwhile, this devout Christian or Muslim or Jewish or Hindu or whatever the religion is, family, oh, the abomination of my gay or lesbian or bisexual or transgender or any thing that they feel is sinful or debaucherous or whatever it is, and they will throw out their child. How anybody could do that? If you have a child and you love your child, I would think that the whole point of you have a child is you love your kids, right? unless they do something terrible like or like a Adolf Hitler or something. But otherwise, as long as you're not torturing animals or something, you love your kids, right? The fact that there would be some families that would reject their children for something as simple as being born a certain way, that's disgusting. And so, no, I would never do anything to help the family reject a child. And no, I would never do something to change a person's nature, how they were born. If I knew how to, I would. I'm not sure that it's possible, number one. Number two, there are so many serious negative health, both physical health and mental health, things that are terrible that happen when you put somebody through that conversion therapy. It is bad for a person physically, it's bad for a person's emotional health. You're basically telling them that they're not good as they are. You're basically telling them that they're broken, that there's something wrong with them. People already, when they're going through this process where they're trying to figure out who they are, they already have feelings that, I mean, can you imagine what it must feel like to feel that you're the only one, that there's something weird about you, that there's something wrong with you, that if anybody knew this thing that you were hiding, that they would hate you, that they would maybe want to be violent with you, that in some countries that they would kill you? And there are families that would reject their kids. Let them be street kids where they might be forced to do sex work or be abused by people. And their parents, people think it's okay because their religion says it's okay. Well, and it makes you wonder what kind of religions think it's okay to reject somebody for something that's natural like that. So, no, I've known too many people who their parents did throw them out. I know people in San Francisco who I met as older adults. I mean, not even middle aged, but older adults who they had been thrown out by their families. And I've heard so many stories. How could you do that to your child? People do this. This is why people find communities. They build their own families. They seek others who they either who are like them in that respect or who at least they can tell their truths and they know that they're not going to be rejected. You're not going to have to worry about physical violence. You're not going to have to worry about discrimination in housing. They're not going to have to worry about discrimination in seeking health care. That's why these things are protections that are enshrined federally in the United States, where you know that just how you shouldn't have to worry about being discriminated against based on your the color of your skin. You should be able to be any religion, including atheism, including being a practitioner of witchcraft or the various metaphysical things, whether it be Santeria, voodoo, all those things. You should not be discriminated against. You certainly should not be discriminated against for who you love. And the fact that there are people who think that's okay, it's disgusting. That people think they use that as an excuse to abuse people. And so this is why these different subcultures, if you want to call them that, make their own families. They have places where they congregate. They even have neighborhoods full of people much like themselves. Who wants to be in a position where everybody who's not like them is discriminating against them, harming them, abusing them? People want to be safe and know that they are in communities where they can feel love and acceptance. So that's something I feel very strongly about, is that there's enough hate and meanness out there. I don't want to add to it. It doesn't mean that I think that you can sneak across the border and do all that stuff. I would still be out there adding the concertina wire so you can't just come across. Name any other countries that just let anybody, it's like we're the only country that doesn't take our borders seriously. And I really don't want us to go through what Israel went through October 7th. Who knows how many people that want to do us harm are already here? And if it's not Americans as a whole, they just want to hurt harm. What if there are people that want to hurt certain groups? So many dangerous people are already here because we have a president that is not protecting the border. See what else you guys are talking about. Disney is a woke facility. You're right. Do I like Disney? Disney's changed a lot through the years. I know this is neither here nor there. I remember when an alligator ate somebody's baby. And is it Disney World or Disneyland that's in Florida? I get the land and the world confused, even though I've been to the one in Los Angeles, it's in Orange County. But that was swept under the rug. I would think families would want to feel reasonably safe that their child is not going to be eaten by alligators, crocodiles, or any man-eating animal. For years, the state of Florida gave the Disney Corporation tax breaks, privileges that private citizens and most companies would never get. And when people that were employed by Disney started practicing indoctrinating young children in concepts that should not even be brought up to children that young. I'll use myself as an example. When I was in third grade, I was very, very innocent. I didn't know about the birds and the bees, okay? I still believed in Santa Claus. I sure as hell wouldn't have understood the concept of transgender things. Now, when I was in kindergarten, I was still identified as what we now call feminists, and I believed in equal rights. And there were times when I vibed on the male chauvinism that some of the male teachers taught. And when they would have the boys line up after the girls, I thought that was a very sexist thing. So I would deliberately wait to line up until after the boys were called because I didn't understand why just because you were female, you got to go first or do things. I thought that was sexist insofar as my understanding of such concepts was as a little girl. If I was, instead of growing up then, growing up now, and say I were to voice these opinions to the teachers and the teachers' aides, then what if they thought that I was actually a transgender little girl that actually wanted to be a little boy? See where we're going here? Now, say I was in one of those states where they keep secrets from the parents, and say you talk to a counselor, you talk to the teacher, and maybe you're exploring some things, and they keep it a secret from mom and dad, and maybe some school nurse decides, oh, let's put you on puberty blockers, maybe androgen, testosterone, all these things that's happening to little girls and boys that are being given these hormones, and the parents don't know about it. Or if, say, the child decides to confide in mom and dad, oh, I'm wondering about, I'm a girl, can I be a boy? And say the parents say, no, you can't be a boy any more than you can be a cat or a dog. And say, then the child's talking to the school. And then all of a sudden the school says, wait a minute, you won't affirm your child's right to be what they feel they are. Therefore, now you lose custody of your child. That is happening in some places. So, no, I don't trust the Disney company. I don't trust any organizations that think they know what's better for kids than parents. Yes, there are obviously some examples where if there is real abuse going on, no, it's not okay to abuse your children, beat them bloody. Incest is never okay, obviously. And if that's going on in the home, yes, the children should be protected. They should live someplace safe where they're not going to be abused. But if otherwise they are in a loving, responsible family environment, but the parents don't want the children exposed to things that are beyond what their maturity level is, the parents should have the top say. And the parents should know what the curriculum is in the schools, and the school should not be sneaking things past the parents. The parents should know what the kids are being taught. I never used to understand all this homeschooling stuff because I am a product of, better or for worse, the public school system. But my mother she had a master's degree in English. She had been a high school English teacher. I already had a foundation, an educational foundation. And if, say, she had wanted to pull me out of the schools because I was getting beat up too much, and I was, that's why I had to go to Catholic school for seventh and eighth grade. What is all this noise? Crazy drunk white guy riding a bicycle and yelling at people, but at least they're not hanging out downstairs underneath my window. Anyway, uh, parents have a right to protect their kids. I'm so glad I'm not growing up now. They might try to turn me into a boy, all because I was intelligent enough to uh, have issues with the sexism and hypocrisies that I saw. I saw hypocrisies within the Catholic Church when I was a little girl. That's the reason why I left the church when I was age 9. I was very precocious in some ways, but I was sheltered in other ways. I might not have known about the sex stuff, but I knew about the philosophy stuff. And that's probably what propelled me to an early career as an occultist, and then getting to hear Art Bell on Coast to Coast AM when I was very young, when I was 11, getting to learn about transcendental meditation, getting to learn about astral projection. Never forget the first time I got to float up on my ceiling and look down at myself laying down in my bed. I was 11 years old doing that. That was pretty cool. I was very lucky that I had a mother who had enough faith in my good judgment that it didn't erase too many red flags when I was going through my metaphysical explorations. Whereas if I had lived in a very hyper religious home where I was forced to go to church, and I had, say, if I had holy roller parents and they saw that I was doing some witchcraft things, maybe they would have beat me or found other ways to punish me or done things to try to stop me from studying the things that I was interested in studying. But that said, I think I kept a lot of things secret too. I was keeping diaries from the time I was 8, and there were secrets I kept from my parents. Like I wanted to run away and join the Mormon church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, so I can marry Alan Osmond. That's something that I wanted to do, and I kept that a secret. And never mind the fact that I think he'd already been married to Suzanne at the time. I was in the Osmond Brothers fan club and all that shit as a little kid and stuff. But anyway, my parents, and when my father finally found out that I was into certain religions that weren't necessarily Christian, that bothered him greatly. But my mother, she ultimately had faith in my good judgment. Aside from when I tried drinking and decided I liked it, and those things she didn't like, obviously, but she was pretty cool on my exploring philosophies and stuff. And that's something that, is the older I got and got studying more things, that just adds to the tech. It just adds to the experiences that you can draw upon when you have an opportunity to help somebody, send energies to help a friend, send energies to protect somebody. Sometimes maybe work on, a lot of it's internal work. Sometimes it's, yes, sometimes it may be you're working to get some needs met, such as maybe it's housing you need, maybe it's money you need. But really, most of the workings I think I do anymore tend to be either self-defense things or healing things or righting wrong kind of things. Ironically, one thing that I'm almost surprised I haven't been focused on more is some of the revenge stuff when I'm trying to get justice for things that have been done to me, that even though I know that I have a very real right to do, but some things I think take so much energy. One thing that I think people who don't do magic don't understand is it takes a lot out of you physically and mentally. It takes energy out of you. It will lower your resistance to getting infections, colds, and stuff because it tires you out. And I know for a fact I'm already running myself down by being sleep deprived, by not eating as healthy as I could be. Uh, I'm getting these leg cramps that are so painful, and it's happening more and more. If I was to do things like that, it would be magic can take a lot out of you, and some magic is more tiring than others. And for the kind of working that I think I need to do to try to even get somebody to pay me back the big debt, I'm sure it's something that I'm probably going to have no choice but to do because I can't see any other practical way to do it. I've thought of legal action, but lawyers aren't free. Uh, but it takes a lot out of you, and it will make you very tired. It can make you susceptible to catching a cold. It it's not that it harms you, but it tires you out, especially if you don't recharge your internal batteries, so to speak, by siphoning energy off of elementals or people. And I think you know what I mean by that. You can skim chi off of the surface of crowds of people. You can do an energy feed, either unconscious. Some people do this subconsciously, they don't even know they're doing it. Have you ever heard the phrase energy vampires? You ever been around some people that you are exhausted by, and you know it's not that they're negative or anything, but that they just seem to suck the energy out of you. And 99 times out of 100, it's not going to be something that you're deliberately doing. It's not a consciously negative, evil thing. It's just, I think it's more the perception of the person who feels the energy drain more than it is the fact that a person may have actually been really doing it. Because if I am doing an energy feed off somebody, it would not be enough that you would feel. It would be like if you have 100 ounces, it wouldn't be of water. It wouldn't even be a quarter ounce of water. It would be such an infinitesimal amount that you wouldn't notice it. And when people feed energies off crowds, a lot of people do it whether or not they realize it. If you're a performer, classic example, I'm playing guitar and you guys are my audience. I'm singing, I'm playing guitar. You guys are digging it because you just heard your favorite song and you're screaming and you're yelling, you're clapping and you're yeah, yeah, yeah. And I feel this energy. You're sending it to me. And I'm just getting this exhilarating feeling. And I'm playing it. I'm feeling the love in the room. And so I'm sending it back to you. And it's a bouncing back and forth. And it's really what it feels like. And it feels the same whether I'm singing and playing guitar, or whether I'm dancing, or whether I'm giving a seminar and I'm showing art and I'm doing this talk, this speech. It's the same thing. It feels the same. Once you get past the initial, you get out there, and maybe you ever been the kid in school and you have to give an oral report and you're willing to bribe the teacher. I don't want to give this report, I'll pay you. And the teacher's, no, you got to do it. And maybe that first sentence you're nervous, but once you do the first thing and you realize that nobody's going to laugh at you because the teacher kicked their asses if they do, even though I know corporal punishment's not allowed in schools anymore, and frankly never was when I was in school, but you know what I'm saying. You do this thing and it's so exhilarating, and then once you've done it and you realize it's not scary, that initial, what I guess you can call stage fright, totally goes. I don't have stage fright. I can get up on I've been on lots of stages, not Madison Square Garden or anything, but I have been trying to think of the biggest stage I was on Have you ever been in, there's a place called the Olympic Auditorium in downtown Los Angeles. They had boxing matches there. I have been on stage there, both in wrestling ring. I was Captain Scorpio's valet. He's dead. Uh, Gene Simmons pulled me on stage at the Wiltern Theater when Kiss was doing, or not Wiltern Theater, excuse me, Olympic Auditorium, when Kiss was doing Crazy Crazy Nights. Uh, oh, David Copperfield had me on stage in, oh, was this Resorts or was this Caesars? I don't know. I was 19. So if I was 19, it had to be Resorts, because Resorts was the very first casino open here in Atlantic City. Anyway, it was scouting day, and he needed somebody to be his assistant while he uh did certain things involving certain audience members. Like one person guessed successfully the number of his room key. Another person guessed something, or guessed something correctly. And everybody, all those people got a rose, and I got a rose just for being there. And he looked so good up close. And this was back then. And I understand he still looks good. He's finally starting to look like an older gentleman, but he's always very easy on the eyes. And he was dating Claudia Schiffer for a while, supermodel. So I thought he was that was quite thrilling. But as far as stages I've been on, but most of the stages in LA I've been on have been small stages in those dance hoochie coo dance clubs and stuff. I see a kitty. I see a kitty. I see a kitty. Oh, the kitty, kitty, kitty. Oh, so sweet. Is that okay? Is it okay that I love you? Oh. Um, Mr. Gamer 92 says, that's very beautiful message, Leather. Thank you for that. I will show it to my good friend Mike. There's no need to be hating. I've had a number of friends come out to me, and they were people who did not know how I felt about different things. And you got to imagine what a risk it is whenever you decide to confide in somebody and tell them certain things, and you don't know how they're going to judge you, and you don't know if they're going to treat you less. You don't know if they're going to reject your friendship. And they share these things with you, and they right away they look at you and they see your facial expressions and they see how you react. And the best thing you can do is they say I'm gay or I'm this or I'm that. The best thing you can say to them is, and is that supposed to change how I feel about you? I mean, it shouldn't. I had old friend of mine uh, who I hadn't seen in a long time. I tracked him down via, I forget how I tracked him down, but he had come down with HIV/AIDS. And he told me, and he's a straight guy, okay? And he told me this, and he thought that I was going to reject him because uh, AIDS is a very controversial thing, and some people get rejected when people find out they have it. And so he told me, and I reacted like, "You're my friend. Why would I not be your friend just because you were sick? That doesn't make any sense." And I'm not going to turn back on people for things like that. Now, if you decide that you're going to be killing and eating cats, then yes, I will cease to be your friend and I will snitch you out. If I find out that you're actually a spy and you're selling secrets from the United States, selling them to Russia, yes, I will snitch you out because I love my country. And I believe that even though I never swore any oath, because I've never been in either the armed forces or I've never been a cop, but I still feel just based on, pledging the allegiance to the flag, just based, I love my country. I want to be more of a force of good than anything else. I want to take a stand against foreign and domestic enemies, which to me basically means that if you and I don't want anything to do with you, if I can do something to package behind all these Greyhound stations, and I've been in situations where I've seen people smoking next gas uh, uh, tanks. They're not gas tanks, the refueling things. But then somebody told me, oh, it's only diesel. It doesn't have as much fumes. And then other people say, hello, you shouldn't be smoking by them anyway. There's a lot of dumbass people doing stupid things. I stop people from smoking near the gas meters. You can't fix stupid. But I really believe that you should say things if something doesn't feel right. One time, well, there have been a number of times in Philadelphia Greyhound, I spotted things that just seemed very wrong, but I wasn't always listened to though. One time I saw something that it was a religiously sensitive thing. It involved a woman that was in a burqa. She was totally all, her identity was hidden. All you saw was slits for eyes, but she looked like she had a suicide bomb belt underneath her. She had this bulge that was not okay. You know how when you're pregnant, the bulge is just here, but the bulge isn't here, right? The bulge isn't there. I mean, unless you know something about biology, I don't. And again, not having been pregnant, I don't know, right? But she looked like she had something underneath her, and I reported it because I don't want you getting on my bus if you're gonna, I want to live, okay? And I was basically told that they were not going to do any profiling of a religious nature. Well, she was Muslim and black. And plus, the people that I reported this to, they were black also. And of course, I'm not. And they basically looked at me like I was both racial and religiously profiling. I wasn't wearing a MAGA hat, by the way. This was before Trump ever ran for office. This was not in those days. This was like closer to the a couple of years after 9/11 this happened. But I remember where basically my concerns were they were not even listening to me. They just walked away. I wrote this down and everything. I put a complaint because I thought that you're supposed to be eyes and ears. And if you see something that isn't right, you're supposed to speak up. I never forgot that. So I do believe that people should care. That bottom line, if you have love and you care about loving your neighbor, if you love your neighbor as yourself, that should also, I think, extend to I love my neighbor, I love my community, I love my country. That means if I see something that might be a threat to people, whether it's a crazy person that might go and do an attack on people or whatever, if you can stop people from doing things, if you can report things that are dangerous, I believe it's just a moral imperative. And that's how this governs when I think about what kind of metaphysical practices to do. If I work with deities, my favorite deities are the more benign ones. Like as far as the Hindu pantheon, I love Ganesha, the elephant. That's really I like the remover of obstacles. That's often the first of their deities that I work with when they are doing their elaborate workings. And the Indians, those Hindus, they are very elaborate in their things. Their marriages, look at their wedding ceremonies. That's what, a 3-day affair. It's very, very long and elaborate and expensive, and all the clothing all the clothes changes. And the only reason why I know this is because I watched the 90 Day Fiance and I watched the Indian marriage. wedding. That was really beautiful. Oh, thank you. My baby fat cat. I have a red one and I have a blue one. And my pink sparkly kitty. And I got my eye on you. I got my eye on you. Because I got my eye on you. Or I might have a star in my eye. Mercury. I did something, pissed myself off. I had a little bit of that dabs thing. I had some on here and I was scraping it into my bowl with this little bit of this spot in Atlantic City, and it was like some worst damn homegrown crap. It was like the color of baby shit. And it was weed. It crumbled like weed, but it tasted terrible. And it was like, oh my God. Well, I crumbled in the bowl and I put a little bit of that dab stuff in, and then it slipped out of my hand and it fell. And whatever stuff was on there is gone. And the crap went to waste. But I got this at a dollar store a couple years ago. I don't know if I think it's probably a hair pick that you should stick through something to, kind of like people put chopsticks in their hair and stuff sometimes. But I think it's really bitchin'. I love the color of it, and it's metal, and you could probably use it as a self-defense thing, you know, give somebody a lobotomy. I mean, there's things you could do if you were backed into a corner. You could get a good grip. This, well, that would kind of hurt, but no, this could definitely. I have a feeling you probably couldn't bring this on an airplane, or maybe not even Amtrak unless it's in checked luggage. But then again, if you have it as jewelry, they would never think. But I think this would be a better weapon than a key. I think, even though actually it's not comfortable to hold because it kind of hurts. And if you did poke somebody, you couldn't poke somebody, hold it like this because all these would hurt your hand. But it's nice to look at anyway, and I like the feel of it. Garfield, let's go. I wonder how long he can stay here without wanting to go to the bathroom. He's down there underneath my closet, and he's licking his chops. He's got more food here. Ate a lot of this. Look at this. This was pretty filled up. This is salmon and meatloaf too. You don't want to feed cats this all the time, but to supplement the food that they're already getting, it's lots of protein. Kind of busy for a while. Good to see you. Thank you. I filmed 3 videos during the course of today. Did a lot of outside filming, so you get to see me run around the city. In about a week. I don't know how many videos I have in the can right now. I'm guessing between 6 and 8, or maybe I only have 5. I don't know. When I had the 2 days where one day I thought this computer totally broke. When the screen went black and I couldn't get it to turn on and I couldn't get it to respawn, and I couldn't tell whether the hard drive was spinning. Well, actually, this isn't that kind of hard drive. This is an SSD, I think, and they don't have spinning parts. But still, because I have this fan running, and if I turn it off, then when it turns back on, it squeals for about 10 minutes. So I've been keeping this fan on. So that's why I couldn't tell if the fan was running when I thought it had broken. I really thought that it had fried and I was going to have to get another computer. But when my friend who I went to school with came by a couple of days later, he pressed a couple buttons and he got it going again. But I still need to go and learn how to use my iPad. I still don't know how to use. And I got to learn how to use my kitty tablet. This, whatever the browser is that is built in, it says that it's not compatible with the okay, well, I got the Google on, right? And it was encouraging me to go to Chrome because some about this browser was not updatable or something, because I can't tell you why, because I frankly don't know why. So I download Chrome because it encouraged me to do so. But then after I downloaded it, it said if it doesn't start doing things automatically, do a manual thing, press this. So then I pressed this manual thing. So now I have 2 copies of Chrome. Then again, it says if it doesn't start doing things, then press this. Like an idiot, I pressed it again. So now I have 3 copies of Chrome on this tablet. I don't know how to get them off. I think what I'm going to end up doing is I think I'm going to go to one of the library branches. They have a computer department. I think I'm going to go one day with the iPad, one day with this. Get them to teach me how to use this. I have a camcorder I've never known how to use because I can't read the instruction booklet because it's translated into such bad English. My mother and I looked at each other like it was written for somebody that was from the planet Mars. I have no idea how to use this. This could be another way that I could be creating content. I have a little disposable camera. I have had not disposable camera, digital camera. I've had little cameras like this before. I obviously knew how to take pictures and video with these before. I don't know how to work this camera. You know how you have to press these different spots of this to show up different kind of menus and things? And then you have to press those buttons and this whole complicated thing that if you had a working, reliably translated instruction booklet, again, if I knew how to operate these things, it sucks to buy equipment and you don't know how to use. Or maybe somebody has an 11-year-old, kids know how to do all the technology because they've never known life without it. And that's one advantage that the youngest people have, is that you are always had the technology and maybe you're more comfortable with it. One thing I noticed about certain procedures that we use, if you don't have a reason to use the procedure for a number of years, you could totally forget the procedure. Just like with mathematics, you forget how to do things. Okay, Five Flame says, I was on the phone, but now I'm off, but I will probably get a call back soon. I hope you get your tech problems figured out. Yeah, some of it, I don't want to say I'm lazy, but sometimes I just don't feel the patience to deal with the learning curve necessary to figure certain things out. It's just another stress. And not that we don't all have stresses, that's a part of life. It's just the way it is. But I got a lot on my plate. Again, we all have a lot on our plate. Taking care of my mother with all her health issues, trying to get sleep. What are these people screaming? What's up? I'm trying to do a live stream. All the streaming can be heard on my YouTube channel, so maybe not your idea, hon. Thank you. That was nice. All the screaming like banshees is not necessary. I don't want to hear the hooting and the hollering and, you know, you just bought a car with a bunch of technology in it that I'm trying to learn about and understand. They say some people are worried about what if hackers can take control of your devices and stuff, or what if, say, somebody sneaks an Apple AirPod in your car or on your luggage or something, and people are tracking people. There's all kinds of things to worry about. That said, I like the idea of, say, I was doing a live stream and I was out wandering the desert and I was lost or something. I think it would be great if I could broadcast my coordinates out and say one of you guys, you're all watching me and you know that I'm wandering in the desert. Maybe most of you don't care if I get lost and I die and the buzzards find my body. But maybe a few of you people like me and you don't want me to die, and I broadcast my coordinates and you can send help and you can rescue a person. Say if it wasn't me, it could be a hiker, it could be somebody in the Grand Canyon down somewhere, or maybe whitewater rafting in Utah or whatever. But the great exciting thing about this is because it's real time, people can do miraculous things if they have a chance to. Five Flame says, I just ordered a kill switch to disconnect my battery remotely. It will help as a theft prevention and stop my battery drain problems. There are some people stealing catalytic converters for a while. That was a thing. And I heard that with people who have electric vehicles, there are parts that are theft tempting. It's a shame that you got to even worry about stuff like that. Shorts, that's not good. Also, I think you have to worry about if mice get in your vehicles and they can make nests and they can get into your, eat your electrical wires and cause fires and things. I heard about that. Oh, we have mice. Speaking of places, weird places mice live, we got a bunch of mice that seem to be living in our stove. The two back burners I never turn on, partly to protect the mice. Never use the oven, protect the mice. Uh, I'm always careful. I always worry when I put the flame on. I usually do it as low as possible, especially if I'm using it to light my weed, because the last thing I want is a mouse to start to pop its face up there and get burned. Always worrying about them. Because I mean, it's a heck of a thing to worry about your house mice getting burned on your gas stove. I mean, most of you probably think you don't like mice and you don't care about what happens to your mice. But they feel pain the way we do. You look at their paws, they don't have paws, they have hands. Look at a mouse's hands. Look at a rat's hands. They have hands. How can you look at hands on the animal and not think of certain similarities between an animal and yourself? They might not have as much intelligence as you that you can talk to them and they will understand. But they feel pain. They have societies. They have hierarchies. They have families, and they have certain kind of intelligence that they have different roles within their societies. There are things that most people don't know about rats and mice. Granted, I know that they will get into your grains and your food and they shit and piss all over the place. And if they're trainable, I don't know about it. And there's a difference between domesticated rats and domesticated mice and the house mice that will get in your homes. I try to convey to these mice that I am the closest thing to a friend they'll have. I'm the only person in this apartment that they can trust. But I could see why they're so afraid of humans, because look at how they're treated. If people don't care about them suffering a terrible, slow, agonizing death in a glue trap or a poison, I I can't imagine being that hated. But then again, I imagine there's some people in some subcultures that are hated, such as the gay and lesbian, transgender, bisexual community. Uh, there's lots of people that are hated. Atheists are probably hated, or any religion but yours maybe are hated, or maybe some people hate witches because they think that it's all Satan. Uh, so many people have so many excuses to hate the other, and it's a shame. And I don't think it's a natural thing. Children, they say, don't hate naturally. I guess that's true. I don't know. Sometimes children occasionally can be bad seeds and they can torture animals and things. So I would like to think that if you're capable of that, then yes, that has to be a hatred. And I don't know what the solution is to that. I would think that there should be cases where if you do things that are that egregious, I would like to think that yes, death penalty, even in case of children, because if you're going to torture animals, that's if they study after study shows that if people that are capable of doing things like that to animals, sooner or later do it to people. But that shouldn't be the only reason to put a stop to it. It should be if you love animals, you don't want to let them be mistreated, right? If you love animals, you will not let them be mistreated. Now, what's this wet? Is that you licking your paw? You weren't leaving me. No, I don't see any leaving. Because if I thought you had to go to the bathroom, I would let you go back home to wherever your home is. I don't think you're gonna go home. Oh, 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 I have you seen the jokes about what if the crackheads who like to, how some people like to steal copper wires to sell for drugs? I heard the joke about the people going and finding out that there's copper in those things that are used to charge an electric vehicle. And of course, you know what happens when you try to steal live copper, like live. That's the last thing you ever steal. I wonder if anybody has ever been that stupid. Yes? Well, I guess you know lots of stupid people in this neighborhood, huh? Yes? Yes? What's the matter, baby? What's the matter? My baby? My baby? I love you so much. I love you so much. You know I'm good to you. Yeah, I'll put you down. I'll put you down. Oh, oh, oh. Here. Now let's see. Let's see Garfield. Show everybody the pretty face. There. Hey, your face. I want to see your face. Very well. You see? You Garfield. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. Hey. I'm trying not to get my braids on his fur just because I won't be able to sterilize my hair. Oh, which is, I'm not saying you're Germany, but come on, please. You might be a little Germany, even. Who's a good I have water. I have water for you. Come here. Oh, I got water. You want to drink some water? Come on. Want to drink some water? Water is good for kids. Nice, fresh water. Come on. No? Yeah, let me put this down here. Here. Please don't knock it over, though. Come on. Some water? No? Please don't knock that over on my carpet, whatever you do. Good. Got too many electrical cords on the floor. Right? Mama? Make sure you drink water here. I don't want you drinking out of some yucky puddle that may or may not have some poisons in them and stuff. I just can't be sure that everybody has a cat's best intentions. Uh, you think he wants out? Each of them? Yeah. Water, look. Mm. Oh, it's good. Mm. Such a pretty boy. You're such a good boy. You good boy? Who's that good boy? Love. Oh, you could tell he was fixed so long ago. They did a different. I guess there's different ways to neuter a boy cat, and he looks like he still has, what wasn't removed. I guess maybe they just, I don't know, they tie the tubes or what, but anyway, he is fixed, but he just doesn't look like he's fixed. I don't know whether I should take him out or not, because right now he's laying down on my floor over there and he seems, well, he seems happy. Hasn't made It hasn't made a play to go underneath my bed or anything. You good boy? Oh, Debbie, hi. Says stopping to say hi. Still not feeling the best, so not sticking around. Have a great night, my friend. Oh, oh, I hope you feel better. I think I know what you're talking about. I yeah, that sucks. I do hope you feel better. I did 3 videos earlier, so I'm gonna be showing some footage, some outside footage that you guys will see in a couple of days. My mother and I might possibly be going uptown tomorrow. Uh, you already know that we're having package issues, and they're trying to say that my doorbell's broken. When everybody else that rings the doorbell, we can hear the doorbell. But you got sometimes you have some people who are having civil service jobs, and it's apparently really hard to ring a doorbell. So, and it's easier to put a little slip saying, you weren't here, we have your package. We'll try to make another delivery thing. It should not be the responsibility of the person who is in the house. It should be the responsibility of the people whose job it is to deliver the mail. I mean, why does postage keep on going up and going up and going up? And the service is getting worse. Now, I heard they're going to stop with the Saturday deliveries, and then maybe in the future they're only going to deliver 4 days out of the week. And since when did we decide this is acceptable? And they're going to keep on doing postal increases. What is first class postage now? 63 cents for a first class letter, something like that. That's really high. Oh, our landlord, usually he shows up and picks up the check in person. But now he has a farm. It's 200 miles north. Okay. He's a high class slumlord. He's talking to my mom on the phone. My mother's been talking to him a lot lately because of the church noises and stuff. So he's asked her to mail a check this time. And then his wife, for some reason, asks us if we know his address. It's like, who doesn't know their landlord's address? Everything's on the Rolodex, you know. And so my mother told him that she didn't have any stamps. Now, she gives me the letter to mail. She finds a stamp, she puts it on. I wait a full week before I even put it in the mailbox. And I did this out of spite because when he's told that we don't have stamps and my mother's literally robbing Peter to pay Paul. She's trying to find uh, ways to come up with her insurance premiums for her health insurance. And it's ridiculous. Her health insurance. Why, if she had to call 911 to go to the hospital, the emergency room they charge her $100. They would charge her, and the ER would be $200. So it costs you $300 to go to the ER through an ambulance. Now, my insurance, I don't pay for any of those things if I had to use her services. She's a senior citizen with health issues. Why the hell should she have to pay for the luxury of getting a fast ambulance to a hospital? That doesn't make any sense. But then again, it doesn't make any sense that if I need a dental surgeon, I can get one in the ER in County General USC Medical Center, downtown LA. Whereas I don't know if there are any hospitals in the state of New Jersey that have dental surgeons in the ER. So it doesn't make any sense. Oh, you like the mouse thing? That was. Do you see why I gave the video before that? I labeled it. I got myself a predicament because Garfield was already here in the house. I caught the mouse in the kitchen. I don't want them to meet. I'm glad it worked out well, but I would have felt so sick if the mouse would have got to the cat. You know, I feel very, 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 very guilty. Oh, Debbie, you know, never worry about venting to me. You want to talk about, your struggles and what it's like caring for people who are having health issues and going through the debilitating things of Alzheimer's and dementia, like my father went through, and like some of my roommates went through. Uh, I'm more than welcome to share my experiences, and if I can help anybody that's going through any of this stuff with the caregiver stuff. Caregiving is a very, very rewarding thing, especially if it's a loved one. It should be rewarding whether it's somebody that's a family member or whether it's even a stranger, just because it should feel good to help other human beings. It's definitely stretches your patience muscles because you just have to be patient. Just like when you're walking with somebody that walks really slow and you're naturally a fast walker, that's not easy, but you make adjustments, and I guess it gets easier with practice. I don't even know what I'm posting tomorrow. Uh, Actually, yeah, I do, and you'll find out when you see it. But oh, another thing I want to bring up, I am going to. There are some videos that I very much want to post, but I posted them a few years ago, but I ended up making them private because I didn't want the wrong people to see them. And everybody here in the chat room, I would be fine with them, with you seeing them. Pretty much everybody in the world, I'd be fine with them being seen, except for some of the locals here who know who I'm talking about and who might be friends with who I'm talking about. But as soon as I physically move, not temporary move, but permanently move out of this building, then I will feel safe enough to make them public. But that said, they are unlisted and they are on my channel. And I am going to be sending the links to these two videos to some people. If you read my stuff on some social media and you see this link, I'm going to ask you to please not share it, because the reason why it's not totally public right now is because I am concerned for my safety, because I don't feel like making enemies that could make problems for me, by especially if they can make problems for me of a legal nature or of a nature involving my freedom, like, things involving police, for instance. And it's not because I did anything illegal, but because if you mention that somebody who some people respect is doing some really bad things, bad in that they're making you and your family's life miserable, maybe because you got a noisy church underneath you, that kind of thing. It shouldn't be open for debate that when you live someplace, you should have right to, if not absolute peace and quiet, fear of being disturbed by people who are being really loud. And having a religion that you love is fine and all well and good, but since when does your religion, your practicing of your religion, give you the right to make other people miserable? That's my problem with the Spanish church, that when we call the police and have the police try to get them to turn it down, they basically say that the church said, oh, we'll only be another hour. And then I say to them, why do they have more rights than we have? And I think there's a lot of people who are afraid to deal with religions and make them stop because they don't want to seem like they're violating civil rights of the people who are wanting to practice their religion. Because obviously religious freedom is one of the great freedoms of our country. And also the First Amendment, which governs religious freedom and also freedom of the press. But if you don't have as much freedom to enjoy being able to relax in your own home and turn your TV on if you have a TV, turn your radio on, or play something on your computer, because the people living downstairs are doing this worship service and they're turning the volume up to 10, everything's amplified, and then they're screaming in my phone. And meanwhile, the people upstairs maybe are just trying to watch TV, but they can't because you're drowning them out. That shouldn't be legal. Because what if we found out the addresses where you live, who are running these churches? And imagine if you woke up to all this noise, or if you couldn't hear yourself think or do the things that play your devices because something was disturbing you. And their excuse is always, this is God's house. So you move in, and we who were here for 7, 8 years before you showed up on this neighborhood, now we have no choice but to put up with this. No, you just assume that everybody believes in the same thing that you do. I think sometimes these churches, they just cannot imagine anybody believes anything differently. And I've never told him that I believe anything differently. I've never made it about me, because having an issue with somebody because of noise complaints doesn't need to mean that you have an issue with what they're doing. You can believe in everything, their religion and all the stuff that they're doing, but you could still be bothered by a noise thing. But I really wish that I didn't have to worry about being able to say whatever. But there was another video that I made one time. It was a story time. I witnessed somebody slapping what I thought was his grandchild on the face really loudly, and it had to be hard to be that loud to hear it across the street. And it was in one of these immigrant neighborhoods here in Atlantic City that there was it was largely Muslim in on the street, and most of them, the people did not speak English. And I saw this, and I guess because I talked about it on the street where it happened, and the more I looked at the footage I shot, the more I realized that all I needed was for one person watching this video to think that this was an anti-Muslim video, which it wasn't, even though the concept was that if a culture thinks it's okay for child abuse to occur, and I'm sorry, slapping real hard across the face, across the mouth to a little girl, that has to be child abuse. Because in what circumstances can it be okay to hit a child that hard? What could a little girl of no more than 8 years old, I'm guessing, what sin could she possibly have done to warrant that? I don't understand. I don't understand. Even if she said the F word or the C word, maybe you learn what ivory soap tastes like. Maybe you go to bed without your dinner. Maybe you are not allowed to watch your cartoons, or you get your bedtime story read to you, or whatever. But this physically violent corporal punishment of that nature to somebody that young. And I'm not saying that it had to do with the culture, but there's so much that I don't know. I don't know about how extremist the kind of version of that religion they were. I don't know what country they immigrated from. I don't know whether this had to do with grooming for child marriage. I have no idea. But I do know that if somebody had an idea of who I was talking about, and they saw me walking around in a neighborhood, especially if it's a religion that doesn't think that there's anything wrong with doing something to a female to punish her or something, then I ended up erasing the footage, because I didn't think that it would have, first of all, it wouldn't have helped the child, because it wasn't enough information for social services to try to track her down. Second of all, there would be people that would say, if I saw a child that was being endangered, why didn't I do something about it? And I wouldn't have known who to contact, because sometimes when you try to call cops about things, depending on who the dispatcher is, they might think that you're being a racial or ethnic profiling or something. Even though I would think that it's always should be about protecting children. I don't know. I don't understand the intricacies of the laws, but I do know that if you have to be seriously worried about reprisal because you said something. Okay, I've got like 3 different people trying to talk to me on Instant Messenger on Facebook. I thought that I had specifically made a post saying that I was about to go live. So if you know that somebody is making a live stream, why would you be trying to talk to them? when they're communicating to, could be 100 people, could be 1,000 people. And I have people that are trying to talk to me when I'm talking to you guys. Now, do you think I'm gonna go and click on the thing and find out what they're trying to say? I'm not doing it because I'm talking to you. And I'm not gonna, it would be like if you took me out to dinner and we're talking and all of a sudden, say I had a cell phone and I'm text messaging all these people while I should be paying attention to you. That's rude. If we're talking, why would I be dividing unless of course you and I are talking on instant messenger and this person on instant messenger and this person's on instant messenger and this person on instant messenger, in which case, but then, of course it's always awkward when I think I'm talking to one person and I say that thing to the other person. Chandelier, hi. Yeah, Sunday was pretty, uh, it was very sunny and very beautiful. It was kind of windy, wasn't necessarily warm, but there were some times when I walked out just in the skirt and the stockings and whatever the shirt was. The only thing is I wouldn't want to do it with this because this is obviously the lace and would be very I would be very chilly with this. Uh yeah, I could very carefully so you can see. I do love these sneakers though, because of the tie dye. Can you see that they're got every color of the rainbow? I don't care about the brand. I've never had Puma shoes before. One thing I like about these sneakers is that they're very soft and they're very bouncy and there's a lot of cushioning. But I usually wear them as slippers, so I step on the back to make it easier to slip them in and out. I would rather be wearing beautiful high-heeled shoes, but so many of those shoes actually hurt my feet now. And I have pain in the bunion area and the tops of my feet kind of feel like they're always sore. And even Doc Martens, I have these not broken in. I have white Docs. I have black and white Doc Martens. Now, I've worn Docs before when I lived in San Francisco. I was given Doc Martens that were broken in, that actually had a hole in them, so there was a little air conditioning, but they were so comfortable. And so I just assumed Doc Marten shoes were comfortable shoes. And so I have these shoes that have been worn maybe twice. And they're my size and everything, but they're such hard leather that they make the top of my feet sore. And since I have bunions, they're not like bulbous and you can't really see them, but there is some pain occasionally. And so if shoes are not soft, they can have some discomfort. One time I wore them to play guitar and I was only in front of Boardwalk Hall. And just walking from Boardwalk Hall to here, man, my feet were sore. As if I was wearing high heels, and they were not high heels because Doc Martens have a heel like this. But I think I read somewhere that you got to break in new Docs, and they say if they're white, you have to actually wear white socks and step on the outside of the shoes with your sock feet and do things like that to break them in. So apparently, this whole break-in process that only people who buy new Doc Martens know about. So no, you can't just buy the shoes and wear them right away. And it's a bummer kind of because they're bitchin' shoes, but they kind of hurt. I'm going to try to show them to you Oh, crap. Okay. This is another shoe that I've never really walked in except around my room. I love these shoes, but they're hard. This is the Doc Martin question. Look, these are real docs. This is not a high heel, obviously. Maybe I should wear them around the house more, even though they seem so clean on the soles. I just assume not to get them germy with the germs from the carpet. But yeah, these are my size, and they CBD salve. Um, hmm, I've heard that CBD is good for pain. Uh, my cats before they died, occasionally the bad roommate would give them CBD cat treats, but about the only good thing I could say about him is that he's good to animals. Now, just for the heck of it, I want to see what happens when I put this shoe on. But this is ridiculous. One of the things that is a real heartbreak, it doesn't have to do with loss, death, whatever. Obviously, that's the biggest heartbreak there is. But not being able to comfortably, wait a minute, let me lower this. If you can't see it, there's no point. Having a problem with being able to comfortably wear shoes. Oh, okay, so it's on. Ooh, okay, I don't understand this. Right now, you see, I've got my bearing weight on here. This is ridiculous. Okay, you see my feet, right? I'm I'm bearing my weight on my left hand. Now you see, one foot has a sneaker, one foot has a high heeled shoe. I'm putting my weight on the high heel now. Oh, you guys. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to show you. This kills me. I always loved to go out dancing wearing beautiful shoes. I always loved looking at people's shoes. Oh, where that hurt. Right here. Hurts. I had a chance to walk the runway. I have heard that there used to be this shot that people would get on the balls of their shoe, balls of their feet, that enabled them to wear high heels without pain. I heard that there are topical things that you can put, but I don't know if it works on the top up there. I don't know. All I know is what you saw, right? Hmm. Oh, and now what just happened when I went down there, I got a cramp right now. I have a cramp right here. What the fuck is going on? I got this skinny little rock and roll body. I wear a size 2. Okay. Where do these damn cramps come from? Why should I get a cramp here or a cramp here? Is it dehydration? Is it not enough magnesium? Is it not enough potassium? What? Do I need to get a whole bunch of lab work done to find out? 'Cause I don't want to have to go to one doctor, another doctor, another doctor. I don't want to have to go through a whole series of tests. And I don't want to have to be put on muscle relaxants. I'll tell you why. If you haven't guessed, you know what else is a muscle relaxant? Botox. I've been wanting Botox since the 90s. I'm going to have no choice but to start getting the shots. Take care of this stuff. All this stuff that causes people to call me an older woman. All this stuff that keeps people from getting the gigs they want to get. Because when you have people that start getting Botox when they're in their 30s, you know that there is a lot of people in Germany who don't know what normal aging looks like, because plastic surgery and all these things that really work is, I guess the cost must really be down. Either that or the economy must be so great there that everybody that's actually not an immigrant from one of the equatorial or Middle Eastern countries, or maybe Africa, because they have a lot of immigration there now. People are not used to seeing what natural aging looks like, because everybody can afford to get the Botox. But how Botox works, it paralyzes, in this case, this is a corrugator muscle. It causes what people call the 11s. One of the contraindications for Botox is you can't be on muscle relaxants. And I have a sneaking suspicion that one of the treatments for cramps might be muscle relaxants. And what if I had to choose between treating my cramps and getting the face that looks the way I want? What a hell of a trade-off. Keep on looking old, or be comfortable, not be in pain anymore. I know that you can't get things like the Botox, the anti-aging stuff. I know that it's not something that is paid for by insurance. So that's an out-of-pocket thing. I understand that. But that said, I am going to have, before I get any, depending on what the treatment is for the leg cramp issue, I am definitely going to be upfront with the doctors, and I'm going to say that I am looking to get started on Botox as soon as I'm financially able to. So because of that, I don't want to be using anything that's going to interfere with that. Because I think if you combine more than one muscle relaxant, I believe one of the side effects is you're involving your respiratory system, where you can't breathe anymore and stuff. It's very, very deadly if you combine muscle relaxants together. So and there was a muscle relaxant that I remember I had when I worked at the radio station. I had a muscle relax. I had my boss gave me a strip of these muscle relaxant pills. I forget what they were called, but they were flat. They were like hockey puck shaped, and they were kind of big as far as pills go, because they were about not quite as big as a dime, but a lot thicker than a dime. And it was for, like, if you get those kind of backaches that they're really a bummer, man, because it's like maybe you've been hunched over a desk, computer or something, or you've been your posture thing, you get these backaches, and it's like around here, or maybe from here to here. Anyway, backaches suck. So muscle relaxants get rid of your back pain. But I know that you can't take a muscle relaxant if you got the Botox shots. And when I first wanted a Botox, I just wanted it for here. And now I don't want to, I want to still be able to raise my eyebrows, but I don't want them to wrinkle up. Some people have it so much so that they can't raise their eyebrows at all, but you need to be able to raise your eyebrows to color in your eyebrows. That's another thing that I'm concerned about, because my eyebrows are naturally such a pale red, you almost couldn't see them. If I didn't color them in, it's like they look like this, but they just don't have the color. So of course I color them in to match my hair. And if I can't raise my eyebrows, I think it would make it hard for me to do my makeup. And so there's degrees of how much your face is frozen. They have something called Restylane and Xeomin, which can fill in the nasolabial folds. And of course, they have the fillers, but I would not want to experiment with the fillers because I've heard too many bad things about how they end up making people, instead of being flattering, people either take too much fat out of things or put too much in, and they end up doing the things to their faces that are very unattractive. Like, if you've seen Madonna, I've seen some unflattering pictures of her, and I don't want to be dissing her or anything because God knows I don't want her fans off my ass. But you can learn a lot by watching some of what celebrities do, and you learn a lot of maybe what not to do. But I definitely do think the Botox is in my future. And so, since I know that that's something I want when I get any other medical stuff, I want to let the doctors know that this is what I'm planning. I want to make sure that everything is going to work together and I'm not going to end up with something that's going to possibly kill me. Because I do have vanity, but I don't want to die for it. Why do I think I need both? Okay, look, you understand this? Even if I totally rest and don't raise my eyebrows at all or anything, I got these eyes. And you know what really sucks? I'm not wearing any face makeup on at all. All I'm wearing is sunblock, my eye makeup, lipstick. I don't even have blush on. For years, I have worn foundation. I love foundation. I love how if I got a bit of sun, even though I wear sunblock on and it brought a freckle out, I love how I can even out my skin tone and totally get rid of any discoloration. Because even though I'm treating my skin with vitamin C, it can take years to really work. Now, when I put foundation on, it accentuates the wrinkles. It makes me look like I just got a pie in the face, like I'm Soupy Sales. Any of you guys remember Soupy Sales? He was uh, on JLTV. They had reruns of the Soupy Sales show. He was on a talk show called Hollywood Squares. Was it that or was it something else? Very, very old memory. Anyway, you wear foundation and you cover, even if you do it very, very, very lightly and you blend it, tap, 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 blend it, it fills in the wrinkles, accentuates them, makes them look twice as deep. I just noticed this in the past 3 years. I'm afraid to wear foundation now. Something has got to give. I don't feel I have a choice now. And I'm getting more and more comments indicating to me that I can't pass for 25. And I'm sorry, I know this may sound like I have vanity. It might sound like I have an ego. It might sound like I have unrealistic expectations for myself. It might sound like maybe I'm comparing myself to other people who have totally different genes and totally different budget. But I can only tell you how I feel. For the goals I have in life, which are not mundane things, the goals I have require me to be in a playing field with people of a wide age range, including people older than me who look so much better, who have perfectly unlined faces. Again, they have big budgets, which I don't. I'm also dealing with people who are younger than me, may have in other ways similar images, may have similar talents. And there are these gigs that I want and these dreams that I have. And we live in a society where women are not judged in the same way that men are. Men are allowed to be, they can gain weight, they can wrinkle, they can have age spots, they can have all these things, and we tolerate it in men. We might not love it. We might not say, oh, you're sexy, even though you have this and that, whatever, but we tolerate it. Partly maybe because it's men and it's a man's world. Maybe because there is this double standard, or maybe it's because a man knows that even if he looks whatever, and you can insert whatever your things that you consider not attractive. A man could have all these things, but if he has a lot of money or he won the lottery, he may get that 21-year-old because she might not care about his look thing, but she sure likes the money. Now, I don't understand that because I've never been the kind of person to just be attracted to money, and you can be unattractive, but oh, because you have money, all of a sudden you're attractive. I've never been a person that turned me on. I just don't understand that. And power, that's another thing. Some people, that a person might not be attractive, but oh, they have power. And so that makes you want to be with them. That doesn't do me either. I don't, you may be powerful, and that's not gonna make me want you. I don't understand. I'm just not like that. But that said, if I am vain enough to, and shallow enough that I want people to have a certain physical attractiveness, then what am I bringing to the table? If I want you to be hot, if I want to go with you, don't you think that I would expect, if you would want, if you would think I was hot, then I better be that. If I want to attract you, I better be good enough to be attractive to you. So that means we have to do whatever we have to do to maintain ourselves, and why not do it, right? And so I'm all about skincare. I'm all about staying out of the sun. I'm religious with sunblock. I wear even SPF 50 in the wintertime when most people don't even bother with sunblock because you figure, oh, how bad can it be? And one of the things that I have, a conclusion that I have sadly come to, was that even if you have retin A, even if you have 20% vitamin C and you use this stuff, you could be putting all of these things on your skin, doing facials, doing the acid facials. I have, believe me, trust me, I have all this skincare crap. I've been putting this crap on my face since when alpha hydrox became a thing in the 90s. I was putting this on myself, the alpha hydroxy acids. I've been doing all that from the 90s. All this stuff, vitamin C, retinoids. This is I'm doing a testing of a new skin serum. I'm doing this thing for, I think I have another month to test this out. And by the way, I don't think it works either. My secret for all you guys is, until you prove me wrong, none of this stuff works. If I can only use myself as judge here. If a person can be putting this crap on themselves consistently, without fail, for years, doing what they think is everything right, everything healthy, to protect their skin and look as good as possible, and yet they still get things that they don't like in their face, that tells me nothing works. I mean, this is vitamin C, the vitamin C powder. You ever seen the vitamin C powder? This is really groovy. This looks like a big old thing of cocaine. right? Or speed or something, but it's not. It's vitamin C powder. Take this, you put it in any moisturizer you want. Vitamin C is very unstable. It degrades when it's in sunlight. It degrades when it's exposed to the air. Moisture, it will break down. Vitamin C, it's usually clear at first, and it starts to look more and more orange. If you have a vitamin C serum and it's starting to look yellow and starting to look orange, it is no longer an antioxidant. It's got free radicals in it. It will no longer be beneficial to the skin. Matter of fact, it might even be harmful. Is in what way exactly? I'm not sure, but it's not good anymore. But vitamin C, this is the best, most stable form of vitamin C because it's a powder. You mix it fresh each time. You put, like, say I was taking a guitar pick, take a little edge of a guitar pick, put that in a tiny little bit of moisturizer, just in whatever you would put on your face. Or say I take a cheap moisturizer, even the creams that you get in the toiletry thing when you stay in a hotel. Take that, put 3 drops of the retin-A or the retinol, strongest percentage you can find. Put a little bit of vitamin C in, mix that up, put that all over. And that is, and a lot of times the acid I use on my face after I wash my face, I'll put straight white vinegar. That is a nice, strong acid that will eat away at the dead skin cells that clog the pores, and also it makes your skin more receptive to the skincare treatments that you put on it. Some people use the microblades, which are the rollers with the tiny little needles. It's called micro needling. And you have to be very careful with them, though. You have to soak those in alcohol of at least 70%, because it's very easily, you can very easily get skin infection if you are not sanitary with them. Also, you need to learn the proper way to do it. And you have a person who knows what they're doing do it on you, and you know what it feels like, and you have to do very specific pressure, and there's a way of doing it that and there's videos about it. And if I ever learn the process properly and get it down pat, I will be glad to do a demonstration video on YouTube about it. But I don't do the makeup tutorials and the skincare stuff on YouTube anymore because I've pretty much already done them. And I don't know that I have anything more to say on the subject. And as far as the colors and the makeup and stuff goes, I pretty much have all the combinations. I have enough videos already out there. And at this point, there's always a new 11-year-old with perfectly straight skin that could put makeup on, and because the eyelids aren't rubbing against each other, the eye makeup is going to stay the same 5 hours after you put it. When I first started doing the makeup tutorials, I would come home from a nightclub and I would just take makeup off one eye and I would put it back on so it matched the other eye. That was what my format was. But bottom line, you can put all this crap on you, but unless it's actually Botox or the actual real plastic surgery, none of this stuff seems to work. Because if it had, then I would have seen a difference by now. And that's just such a bummer. It's almost like it doesn't matter what you put on your face, whether you put some cheap dollar store moisturizer or whether you get the La Mer, which is hundreds of dollars a jar, because it has that marine broth. I found things, seaweed extract in the tiny little tincture bottles I got at the dollar store. There was a bunch of vials of this stuff. I bought up every package of it they had. Every package was like a tray with like a bunch of vials. But they said they were single-use vials, but you could get 2 days out of them. And it was stuff, a seaweed extract and vitamin E, or maybe it was olive oil. Anyway, all this stuff, and you put it on your face. And I used, it was like a 2 year supply of this stuff I bought up when I saw it at the Central Pier dollar store. Anyway, I used all this crap, and I honestly can't say that it helped. And I'm so afraid I'm going to go back to LA and people are going to see me that hadn't seen me in a while. And I don't think they're going to be able to say the years of kind anymore. And I don't know if some of this is also grief. The more people, more loved ones you have who died, I think that's going to etch in your face. And if you've had anything that's made you, given you some temporary depressive episodes like tragedies in your life, I think that etches in our face. I'm sure that the stress of thinking I was about to use my channel, I'm sure that's affected that too. But my relationship with my mother, my relationship with the other person. Again, these are stresses which probably aren't helping. So, and the thing is, I've been waiting for certain things to become more affordable, and the Botox has never gotten more affordable. You would think with all these new treatments they have coming out, you would think the price would go down. But I see some questions I'm not going to answer. But let me see about white nylons. Oh, caterpillars fighting. I think caterpillars are cute. Uh, Now the thing about tattooing of skin, eyebrows, I would not consider that, and I'll tell you why. We have this thing called gravity. Say you use microblading, which is one of the tattoo, they call it permanent makeup, the eyebrow tattooing. That's one of the techniques they use. They use these very fine hair-like strokes, and they try to make it look as lifelike as possible. The problem with that is, as gravity takes its toll, which inevitably it will, what happens when your skin starts going down and your brows start to drag down and it's tattooed on? And then your only remedy is going to be to have a lift. And there's different ways, different kind of facelifts they have. Some where they actually cut back the skin here from your scalp and actually pull it back. I've seen surgery. Sometimes they show plastic surgeries on TV, like what's that one show called? Botched. They show, people get their plastic surgeries redone because somebody screwed up. And that's a pretty cool show. And plus they're in Los Angeles, and you get to see who uh which the which doctors are really good doctors, but I'm sure they're expensive as all get out. But and you know what? Some of you have, instead of pictures of yourselves, you have these icons. And so you're basically, you know what I look like because you've seen me in lots of different outfits, lots of different kinds of makeup, lots of different hairstyles. You wouldn't be surprised if you saw me, if you met me in person, you saw me down up across the street or whatever, you know it was me. But with so many people I talk to here on social media, but especially on YouTube, you don't have your picture on your next to your name. You just have a picture of an animal or an inanimate object or something. And we're talking, and I have no idea. I don't know anything about you except about your personality and what you choose to tell me. I don't know what you look like. I might not know your gender. I don't know if you have hair. I don't know. I know nothing about you. And it's weird because I could see you, or you could see me and I can't see you. And that's just kind of weird because it's like I don't have faces attached to names and stuff. And now are you asking me, do I read chat? Am I not responding to some things that I'm seeing? Now, I've said this a few times. My vision is only so good. And I'm not going to squint to read better because that intensifies my wrinkles. I'm not going to do it. Okay. I'm not going to put on reading glasses because they get stuck in the hair in my braids and they rip my hair out of my head. I'm not willing to do that. Okay? So now we've established I'm not willing to accentuate my wrinkles, even if it might make it easier for me to communicate with you. I'm not willing to rip my hair out because this is not a wig. This is my real hair. I take very good care of my hair. I'm very protective of my hair. I do all my own beauty services to my hair. I color my own hair. I braid my hair. I style my own hair. All this is me. So anything that jeopardizes these things, I'm not willing to do. Okay. So, uh, BA says, I've seen some very nice tattoos of eyebrows. I encourage it if it's done properly. Again, you don't want to do facial tattoos because when gravity happens, your skin will go down. Your tattoos will your eyebrows will literally, instead of having whatever shape it is, they will change their shape. And then you won't be able to correct it because it's tattooed on. It's really not a smart idea. If your skin, okay, if your skin was not a living, breathing organ, if you were just a mannequin, if you were just a statue, then yes. Okay, I'm going to use my little buddy as an example. My little troll. Let's say, oh, oh my goodness, nobody can see my eyebrows. I think I will tattoo them on to make it permanent. Okay. Well, in your case, dude, you can do it. Because look, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 40 years from now, as long as he's not in the oven so that his skin's going to melt, he's going to stay here. You can color his eyebrows in and he will be fine forever. But human flesh, gravity, things sag, things are going to go down. Just like, okay, say you lose your nipples. You tattoo nipples on your tits, right? Say 30 years go by, and assuming you have natural breasts and you don't have breast augmentation surgery. Say your breasts are large before you tattoo your missing nipples back on. Say your breasts sag 3-4 inches. Tattoos do not do anything to help with gravity. Your eyebrows, because they're on your skin, they will change their shape, they will go down. And if that's tattooed on, the only way that you can write them, you will probably have to get yourself a facelift. That's a lot of money. So for that reason, now if you want to do a semi-permanent approach, if you this sounds really weird, you could try nail polish, but only maybe if you had your hair in a color like a purple or some color that's a color like that you can get a nail polish. When I was on tour with the Grateful Dead, when I lived in Phoenix, Arizona, when I lived in Tempe, Arizona, I used nail polish to color in my eyebrows so they'd be purple like my hair. Then, of course, these were in the days when I went to sleep with a full face of makeup because, first of all, I want to look good if there's an emergency and you're rescuing me. Second of all, maybe I'm not alone and I obviously want to look good. Nobody thought about, oh, if I don't wash my face, it's going to clog my pores and make me look older. No, the worst thing we always thought about was you might get pimples and stuff. But anyway, my sleeping makeup didn't kill me or anything. Tom, yes, I read chat. Just because I read chat doesn't mean I am going to respond to everything. If you ask me a question that I don't feel like answering, I am not going to answer it, and I don't think I need to apologize. So many things are just statistics and they're not important. You might be proud of certain things, like sometimes I like my shape. Sometimes I'm happy with being thin enough. Sometimes I realize I've been putting too much junk food in my body and I really need to lose another 15 pounds. And actually, I haven't been eating as healthy as I should. And I do want to lose a little bit of weight. because I'm not really happy with this. It's softer than it should be because I'm not exercising as hardcore as I was. And I think I get back to exercising real hard. I think I will rectify that problem. Oh, mm, Dumpstar. He's good people. Uh, I feel bad. Sometimes I see him in some chat, some of his live streams when he just seems so sad because dealing with the stresses of maybe not knowing where he's going to be able to sleep, where he's going to be safe, him and his dog, or the times when he tries to help people. And it can be hard to help people sometimes when it has to do with maybe getting people in off the street or helping people get food or just helping people. And seems like a very selfless person. And sometimes people like that can be taken advantage of. And I worry about that, and I worry about people's safety that are out in the streets and they're out possibly in the elements and having to deal with the unpredictability of strangers you know, and now with all these unknown people due to our porous borders, we don't know who's here. We don't know who might be from uh, an international gang or we just don't know. Venezuela, I understand they emptied their prisons and they uh, sent a lot of these people here. That's scary to think about it. If you're a parent of small children, you're probably worried about the safety of your kids because you don't know the intent of people. There's a lot to think about, you know. That's why I want to really try to be a force for good in the world as much as I can. And if anything comes out of my making videos and things, I just want to be known as one of the good guys. It shouldn't matter who you vote for. It shouldn't matter what your drug of choice is if you do anything. It shouldn't matter what your favorite foods are and your colors and what kind of music you love and stuff. As long as you are kind and you don't have an agenda of preying on and hurting people, unless there are people who absolutely, 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 positively deserve it because they've done you wrong. And I don't mean done you wrong like you were dating them and they cheated on you. I mean really done you, like beat up your mother, abused an animal, stole a bunch of money from you, that kind of thing. You know, other than that, I don't want to. I don't want to interfere with people's personal business. I don't want to interfere with anybody's happiness. I don't want to cause unnecessary stress. That said, if what causes you stress is my expressing myself because you're uncomfortable with something or because something triggers you, I get triggered all the time and it is what it is. If I'm not supposed to be upset when somebody I find physically attractive is drinking what used to be my favorite cocktail, if that little bit of discomfort, and then you just let it pass, it's not going to cause me to go off the deep end. It's not going to cause me to go run to the liquor store and get me a Long Island iced tea mix. I used to love Long Island's, man. Peachka vodka, all that stuff. Again, that's not a part of my life anymore. I can go into a bar that has a nice dance floor and I can enjoy the music and I can maybe want to meet that cute human being. That's fine. That's not triggering for me. So why is it that I can't talk about things I did back in the day without somebody saying, oh, you're glorifying this, that, and the other thing? No, I'm talking about my past. Why? Because I'm not crying and apologizing, saying, I feel so sorry that I did all those things. I'm not apologizing. I, you know, If you partied and you had fun and you went and explored life and did things, as long as you weren't trying to hurt people, why should you apologize? You don't owe anybody an apology. And I'm not going to apologize. And if my speaking my truth makes people feel uncomfortable, if I have to deal with my personal discomfort because of things that I see, and I'm not going to even talk about it because people have a right to be, well, then you're just going to have to deal with what I put out there. Because if I'm supposed to tolerate you guys put out there, I don't mean you, but the media or whatever, then either all of us can be triggered or none of us can be triggered. And there are no safe spaces. My home is not a safe space from noisy churches, right? Really, what is safety? They say the only safe thing is not to try at all. Garfield, Garfield, oh, these stupid things are on there. You can't get on them. Garfield, oh, I love the kitty. Love the kitty. Here, let me put this back so I can let you get back up there. Garfield, I love you. Who's that people? Who's that people? Oh, Garfield, oh, I love the kitty. Mm-hmm. Mm. I love you. Yes, you do. Yes. I would like to, depending on how much time I have, I deal with my initial business in Los Angeles. I wouldn't mind cruising down through New Orleans. I'd like to cruise through Las Vegas too. Garfield, Garfield. Who's that pretty boy? Oh, pretty boy. I love you so much. Oh, I love you so much. Love you. Oh, you should hear the purr. You should hear the purr. You okay? You okay? I love you, baby. Love you, baby. You okay? Okay. My baby, my baby who, what are you, my part-time love? What? Do, 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 do. You and me, part-time cat. Right? Love you, baby. Love you, baby. Mm. On my mouth. Got fuzzies in me. I got fuzzy in my house. You fuzzy? Mm. I just see something that I screwed up. Mm. Tom Flash says, do I have stream pounds? Oh, you mean Stream Labs? Thank you, Shanda. Uh, it has occurred to me that whenever a person actually admits to their insecurities, it really makes them very vulnerable because then people see, oh, certain words get to you, certain concepts get to you, and it really can open the floodgates for a lot of difficulties with the public because then people say, oh, this is her Achilles heel. She's got vanity, she's got ego, which, hello, people in the entertainment industry, a lot of that. And I keep on bringing up the showbiz thing, but it's not a lie. I have I have 8 SAG vouchers. SAG merged with AFTRA, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists. That's all the same union now. If I wanted to, I could join. I'm actually what they call a must join. It doesn't mean that I physically have to go give them all my money and join the union. That means if I want to be able to continue making union wages when I get acting work, I have to join the union. Unless I get Taft-Hartley. And Taft-Hartley is the best way I could describe that. Say I'm not in union, right? But say somebody wants to cast me in a major motion picture or a TV show, and I say I have a special skill set and certain things that they absolutely require for their production, and they can't find it in an already existing union employee. And they really want me in their movie, and they don't have any union actors that can play all the musical instruments, do all the this and or whatever it is their criteria is. Maybe they wanted a specifically really, 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 really pale skinned female, and maybe they wanted somebody that looked kind of gothic and had some hippie and some punk and all these different countercultural elements and all this stuff. And maybe they wanted them to look very English, very European, maybe Northern European looking. They had the specific things, and they wanted that she had to be short, and she couldn't have very large breasts, and very specific thing. And I had all the things they were looking for, and they couldn't find me in a union equivalent. They can pay to join for you to join the union, and that involves, I believe, not only your union dues but your initiation, which I remember when it was like $2,500, you had to give them a cashier's check. Couldn't put in a credit card. I guess you could give them cash too. Had it. But I'm sure it's a lot more now. I had an agent and everything, and he was Screen Actors Guild, and I had the best kind of agent. The best kind of agent, if you don't know already, is the agent that does not take a percentage out of your pay. How he got paid was he made sure that if there was a casting call that they needed X number of people uh, for like a nightclub scene or something, he made sure that there was union work for him. So if, say, most of the people that he got work for was non-unions, and say their per diem was, oh, for the sake of argument, $65. Meanwhile, the union people, their per diem would be like $178. And this is just, I'm just throwing figures out there just for bullshit. I'm not trying to be accurate here. The union people are obviously going to make more an hour. But yeah, you get Taft-Hartley, that's the way to get in the union. And that's actually one of my goals if my destiny is to actually join SAG-AFTRA. But to be honest with you, I'm really not too enthusiastically looking forward to paying union dues and all that stuff, because that's a lot of money to pay. And 80 only was it 85% of working actors make $5,000 or less through acting in a year. That is what the statistics are. That's why another thing I bet you didn't know, there is a special health insurance that actors can get. It only kicks in once you made your first $5,000 in a year. That was the last I looked into this. What it is now, I don't know. Um, okay, Tom Flash, I'm going to ask you this. You're asking me all these questions. How long is your hair? What do you look like? I see a picture of a grill. Do you look like Joe Perry of Aerosmith? Do you look like Paul Stanley of Kiss? Do you look like Ronnie James Dio? Um, do you look like Sarper from 90 Day Romance? Okay, he's not long haired, he's got short hair, but he looks like dripping sex appeal. My God. I almost want to go to Turkey and introduce myself to him. And he's the big old slut that brags that he's been with over 2,500 women. If you guys don't watch the 90 Day Fiance thing, I love those shows. My mother got me hooked on those shows, and my mom's kind of a prude, okay? But anyway, people asking me all these questions, and I don't even know who I'm talking to. I don't know what you look like. If you're long-haired, rock star looking guy that looks like you could be in Aerosmith or Kiss or back in the day, Rat, Don Dawkins, people, long-haired 80s looking, 80s era rock stars, big hair, whatever. That's kind of what I like. Okay. Just like when I finally put a band together, they don't have to play too much better than me. I mean, I wanted to play better than me because obviously I'm fair to middling musician. I'm not really good yet, but so far the stuff that the material that I'm working on is not all that difficult to play. So, and by the time, as my skill set is I get better, obviously the playing will get better and things. And when I'm finally ready to get a band together, the main the main priorities I'm going to have when I put a band together is we have to get along politically. That would really be important because I don't think political fights help. That's just, we don't need to agree with all the issues, but I would kind of, if Trump was still in the radar, I would think it'd be great to have a band full of Trump supporters. I'm just saying. But that said, I would like everybody to have great hair and no wigs. And I'm not judging people for wearing wigs or anything. You know that. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I'm just saying I want people that I think look like me, that I can identify with aesthetically. And when I lived in LA, my world was musicians, actors, models, dancers. Friendship was all over the place, including the street punk rockers and the gothics and all that stuff. But aesthetically, I like long hair and pretty faces. So, that's what I'm going to throw out there. And, Jason Momoa, hello. Oh, that guy from the Pittsburgh Steelers that's got the long hair that's doing the Head and Shoulders ads. He is quite fine, but that's Troy Polamalu. Steeler Nation. Anybody likes Pittsburgh? Hello. But yeah, since we're on that subject, but anyway, let's change subjects. Fixamoto. I think that's a cool screen name, man. Every time I see your screen name, I imagine the Japanese monster movies. I imagine you got Mothman here, and you got Godzilla here. And wait a minute, there's Ultraman. Who you gonna fight? And then maybe you got Quasimodo, and then there's Fixamoto. And anyway, I'm just talking shit because it's 5 hours and 50 minutes and 15 seconds I've been talking to you guys, and you've been putting up with me. And yeah. Chandelier says New Orleans looks fun. That would be nice if you could go there and hang with Dumpstar and live stream. I for years been curious about uh New Orleans, and one chance I had to go out there. This was before Katrina. I had When I lived in San Francisco, I had a long-term roommate situation with 8 other people, and they were all more or less sort of kind of gothic type kind of people, men and women, uh, ranging in age from 16 to 28. And guess who the 28-year-old was? And we lived in this unit. It was almost like a family unit through about 5 different buildings. One of them was the basement of a burned out church in the Mission District. It was on Dolores, something across near Dolores Park. We lived in the Castro, which is a famous gay neighborhood. Beautiful landscape, uh, buildings. You got the candy colored mansions. Well, not mansions. Some of them are row homes. Some of them are little. What do they call them? But they're real painted in psychedelic colors. You have them on Haight Street. You have some on Market Street, but all these beautiful neighborhoods. San Francisco is just a real amazing place, or it was when I lived there. Now, if you believe what they say on the news, the crime is really bad, and there's tent cities on top of tent cities, and it almost makes when I was living there and I was camping out and stuff, and it was actually fun for the most part. And you didn't, you didn't see the things that they talk about now, the crack pipes and needles and all that stuff. There were specific areas where people went to do certain things, like the Tenderloin. But those things seem to be just in those areas. They didn't seem to be everywhere. It wasn't pervasive. And you didn't have tents pitched all over. You just had people with sleeping bags some places and stuff, and that's where I was with yeah, the painted ladies. There you go. And some of those parks are so big that you can really get lost in them, like Golden Gate Park. It's just really, really big. Now there's a part of it they call the Panhandle. It's a smaller part of it, and there you're not going to get lost because that's very narrow, obviously. But there's a nice occult shop near the Panhandle of Golden Gate Park, which ironically they call Panhandle Park. I wish I could remember the name of the witchy store, and I don't know if it's still open, but it was a great place. I love to go in witch shops. I got it a nice. I have a silver pentagram that's like this big that I got there, and I still have, but the chain that it's on broke a couple months ago, and I don't want to put it on a cheap chain that's not silver because I would rather it be on something nice and sturdy. And I'd rather not wear it than take a chance, wear it on something that will break off. Just like when I go to LA, I'm going to make sure that half the jewelry I'm wearing I don't necessarily love, so I have plenty of stuff to give away to people and stuff. I'm starting to get kind of tired. Haight Ashbury District, yes. There was a real nice place, I'm sure is not open anymore. It was called Download Deli. It's in the middle of Haight. There's this park, I'm trying to remember the name of it. But there's this church, okay, and it's a park, and you can climb. It's a hill. I hate this. Think of how long ago it was I lived there, and what it was is I would go there for like 6 months at a time. And I was like 5 months there, 5 months in Hollywood, and then I would come home for Christmas and I would come here. And since I have storages, I just put my luggage that I didn't need to come back here, put it in storage and stuff. But anyway, Download Deli was this real great place that it was an internet cafe that also served food, and they had these special plastic protectors that were over the keyboards on these desktop computers at every seat. And you got like 4 hours of internet time that was included for the cost of your meal. And I would have lox and bagel. I love lox so much. And I mean, it's got the thin sliced onion with the capers and the tomato. And I don't put not sour cream, cream cheese on my bagels. I just have the lox on it. Oh, it's heaven on earth. But no, there is this cream cheese thing that's whipped real light and it's got lox in it and it's pink, like salmon color. And they call that lox mix. And as long as it's real cold refrigerated, that's good. But you don't want to toast the bagel if you're going to put that on there because then it melts it. So I had in Washington, D.C., there's this little company called Einstein Brothers. And across from the Capitol, the U.S. Capitol, they have a place that's called Union Station. And now that's where the Greyhound uh, is in. It used to be a Greyhound station was 3 or 4 or 5 blocks north of that, but now it makes sense that it's all in one place. They routed traffic so that because it used to be you got out of the Greyhound and say you wanted to go to the Capitol or you wanted to go sightseeing, you had to walk a couple of blocks and you had to follow. There's this brick wall that lines the train. So by following that, you can make your way to Union Station, and from there you got your bearings, and you could go across the street to the Capitol building, and then get any of the free street maps and find your way to all the national landmarks and things. Uh, I really enjoyed spending time with everybody. I would like to get something to drink and something to eat and change clothes and maybe Garfield finally wants to go out. Would you like to go out, young man? Oh, young man, would you like to go out? Hmm? My baby, my baby, I love you. I love Garfield. Oh, whoops. You know what? Sometimes I wish we had the ability to take still pictures while we were still filming this, so I could like take cute pictures with my friend. Mm, you think he loves me? He never seems to be so pissed off and tired of me that he avoids me after I take him in. The first couple of times I took him in, the very first time I took him in my house, the next time I saw him, he didn't seem like he was too keen on getting close to me, which made me think that maybe that was too much and he didn't appreciate all being held so much and being indoors because maybe he wasn't used to floor walls and carpet and all that stuff. But he never totally stayed away. And as long as I have treats, he seems to be willing. And I think it's obvious by now that everybody knows that he's always back. Nothing bad ever happens to him. He's loved. He's safe with me. Right, baby? Right, sweetheart? Who's a pretty boy? Who's that? Garfield. My baby? Where you going? You know, I found a couple push pins on the floor. I want to pick up anything sharp he could hurt himself on, right? When that pole lamp knocked some things over, one of the things it knocked over was I have this jar that's full of push pins and screws and things, and I had to pick them all up off the floor, and I had to wash them in soapy water because they're on this floor. And I thought I had everything picked up, and I see a few. So far, what I see has the pins pointed down, but still kitty paws. You always have to check to make sure you don't have safety pins or anything, needles, sewing needles, anything. Keys should not be stepping on, right? Okay. Oh, look. Oh, pearl, 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 oh, pearl. Garfield. Love Garfield. Garfield's a kitty. All right, you guys. Oops. Oh, I am so lucky I haven't broken that light bulb by now. I keep on knocking that lamp around. I can't, speaking of lamps, I can't wait to do something with this. This just has a candle in it. I have this paint. I think I'm going to have to take all the paint off these and repaint them. This and this little table. I've seen this before. I love this. Somebody set this outside near where the chicken lady puts the Popeyes. I got this and this little table that you see my altars on. I've shown you that before. This is the only real furniture I have. I know when we move out of here, my futon, that mattress is going to be thrown out. It's got several box springs that are actually poking through. I have to have an inverted plate so that this thing doesn't poke me. And then so I don't hit my elbows or my knees up against the plate and hurt myself. I have to have a pillow on it. And then there's another thing that's poking through that I have a paperback book covering the thing so it doesn't poke me through. I have a whole bunch of clothes on my bed that I don't have a place for right now. And so I have like a third of the bed. I only have a little bit of room for me to lay down on that bed, you know, and I'm just kind of overwhelmed, all this stuff to clean and stuff. And I'm one person. And between the time it takes creating videos and stuff, and that's creating a video is a totally separate thing than live streaming because that's one the video is a video, and then the live stream takes its own time, and then I batch record so that I have more content and stuff. But then all the other things that you would do in a house, it just ends up taking a lot of time, and I'm not sleeping right, eating right, and so I really got to uh drink some more liquids and exercise some more and all that. I guess you want me to put you outside, right? So, okay, I'm gonna probably close this. It is 6 hours, 4 minutes, and 39 seconds. Oh my goodness. You know what? I know it's not my personal best though, because think I did 8 hours or 8.5 hours with my mother one time. We did a live stream. It was a cooking stream. And that's available on the chat replay. You can look at that in the archives. Okay, I will probably see you guys tomorrow. You'll definitely get a video from me. Until then, please have a good night. Be safe. Take care of yourself. Stay near your pets. Don't OD or do anything stupid. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.